of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Guiding the implementation of Vision 25 by 2025 and the transformation of the agri-food system to one that is resilient, provides attractive and sustainable wealth creation opportunities, guarantees food and nutrition security for the member states. In its penultimate year, a more aggressive approach by CARICOM member states, fueled by the 25 by 2025 program, has resulted in a significant production increase. For 2023, the CARICOM MTF reported that the region had collectively achieved 70% of its target, with Guyana leading the way, despite somewhat unfavorable weather conditions for most of that period. Positive strides have also been made as it relates to a number of the priority goals of the 25 by 2025 Vision Initiative, among which have been improving trade and private sector investment and involvement in the sector, investments in production, research, development, climate smart adaptation, policy
FAO, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vistahermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilya kay kisna yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah kalupya sa kipawi sa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna.
Mayrin na ni sutni na yang upal lilias na an yang tingki wisna sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa kabu sal karay baikan bataylia sal ka baplapis sa bamna warta kiyah tabitaw kaya.
es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes, Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida. Y más aún, que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Saint Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamsepaz y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en
Thank you. Please be seated. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Prime Minister Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mansour Nader, Director General of the FAO, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mario Lubitikin, and other senior management and staff from Rome and other regional and sub-regional offices, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Chair of the conference, Zulfikar Mustafa, and other ministers of the Guyana government and regional ministers from the 33 member states, FAO Country Representative Dr. Gillian Smith, members of Parliament, CARICOM Secretary General Dr. Carla Barnett, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads and members of local and regional agriculture agencies, representatives of the private sector and civil society, ladies and gentlemen, students, members of the media, good afternoon and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 38th session of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Looking around the room, it's beautiful to see this global family this afternoon. This conference is being hosted for the very first time here in Guyana in collaboration with the FAO, and it's coming at a very important time as Guyana and CARICOM work towards lowering the regional food import bill by 25% by 2025. We're also a year away from 80 years working as a global community to make progress in combating hunger and malnutrition and achieving more resilient and sustainable production systems. So as we raise the curtain this afternoon on the conference, we're now delighted to give you a glimpse into our beautiful country, Guyana, of course, in the context of what is to come over the next 3 days. May I invite your attention to the screens closest to you for the introductory video.
Welcome to Guyana, a gem in the heart of Latin America and the Caribbean, graced with breathtaking landscapes and a richness that blends natural diversity with a unique cultural heritage. From vast valleys to dense forests and majestic rivers and
valles y cascadas, Guyana despliega una gama de escenas que cautivan a quienes tienen el privilegio de explorarla. Hoy, desde su capital, Georgetown, nos conectamos con toda América Latina y el Caribe a través de la 38ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para dialogar y discutir sobre los avances y desafíos que enfrenta nuestra región. Así continuamos el mandato encomendado por los países miembros que fue renovado durante la última conferencia regional celebrada en Quito, Ecuador. El camino recorrido en estos 2 años ha sido desafiante, a pesar de que las cifras de la FAO señalan que América Latina y el Caribe lograron los mayores avances en la reducción del hambre y la inseguridad alimentaria en el 2022. 43,2 millones de personas aún carecen de acceso a los alimentos. Las razones son múltiples. Las consecuencias socioeconómicas de la pandemia, los conflictos mundiales y la inflación alimentaria, entre otros factores, afectan persistentemente a los más vulnerables. Pero nos encontramos en un momento crucial en el que están surgiendo nuevas oportunidades. Es hora de pasar del compromiso a más acción. El camino hacia un futuro sostenible no puede ser recorrido solos. La FAO se une a los Estados miembros de la región que trabajan incansablemente para abordar los apremiantes desafíos que enfrentamos hoy. Gracias a la exitosa integración regional, hemos logrado resultados significativos y tangibles para ayudar a alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, especialmente aquellos vinculados a la lucha contra la pobreza, el hambre y las desigualdades. Durante los próximos 4 días, los gobiernos de América Latina y el Caribe reafirmarán su compromiso de avanzar hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Juntos podemos crear un futuro en el que cada persona tenga acceso a alimentos más nutritivos, en el que cada productor pueda generar mejores rendimientos y en que nuestro planeta pueda hacer frente al cambio climático. El viaje continúa aquí en Guyana. Únanse a nosotros. Bien, aquí estamos en la tierra de muchas aguas, enrobusteciendo nuestro compromiso. Reconocemos a los 268 participantes que nos acompañan en línea y 279 participantes que están acá en persona en Guyana. Una cálida bienvenida, sobre todo si es la primera vez que están en Guyana. Esperamos que esta conferencia tenga resultados significativos hacia una región más sostenible y con mayor seguridad alimentaria. El trabajo de la FAO se realiza en 6 idiomas y hasta a veces más. Así que vamos a darles una bienvenida muy cálida, caribeña, latinoamericana, al director general de la FAO, el señor Chu Dong-yu. Excelencias, excelentísimos presidentes, primeros ministros, estimados colegas, muy buenas tardes. Salam alaikum. Feliz Ramadán. Hamad Karebu. Estimados colegas, para mí es un gran placer estar aquí en Georgetown para iniciar esta 38ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe. Primero que nada, quisiera darle un gran saludo y agradecer al pueblo y al gobierno de Guyana por esta cálida bienvenida que nos han dado y por el trabajo que han realizado como anfitriones de esta conferencia en la región. Es la primera vez que estoy en este hermoso país, que es un punto de encuentro entre América Latina y el Caribe, CARICOM. Un agradecimiento especial a la honorable ministra, al honorable ministro Sufisa Mustafa, ministro de Cultura de Guyana y que ocupa la presidencia de la conferencia regional, el señor Sufikar Mustafa. Será un placer trabajar de la mano con usted durante este próximo periodo para apoyar la consecución de las prioridades regionales durante estos próximos días. Creo que esta conferencia regional va a ser una plataforma importante para que los Estados miembros compartan ideas, conocimientos y soluciones innovadoras para los desafíos que enfrenta la región. Esperamos que este sea un espacio para debatir en armonía y encontrar soluciones para un mejor futuro, aprovechando el impulso y compromiso político que ha generado esta reunión de alto nivel para transformar la producción agroalimentaria en la región. Esta es la tercera conferencia ministerial que hemos realizado este año y demuestra el compromiso de todos los miembros en todas nuestras regiones. Acabamos de salir de la reunión regional de Asia Pacífica y de África del Este. Estamos enrobusteciendo nuestras asociaciones a nivel regional y mundial para lograr colaboraciones más fructíferas. Estuvimos enfocándonos en las 4 prioridades regionales de esta conferencia regional la semana pasada y el trabajo que tenemos por delante el día de hoy está orientado por las 4 mejoras de la FAO y es un trabajo que requiere que las regiones se apropien de este programa de trabajo, que lo hagan suyo y que lo impulsen. Nuestro trabajo en torno al tema de que nadie se quede atrás, respondiendo al hambre y a la desnutrición, fortaleciendo la seguridad alimentaria. 3, el medio ambiente y la adaptación al cambio climático para mejorar vidas, reducción de la desigualdad, la pobreza y fortalecer la resiliencia y la seguridad social. El gobierno y el presidente de Guyana es líder de la abogacía en pro de la seguridad alimentaria en nuestra región en torno a un plan de acción que ha generado muchos cambios en esta región. Nuestro marco está apoyado
implemented in Latin America and the Caribbean, and all with a strong focus on science, innovation, technology, and digitalization. Through the FAO Hand in Hand initiative, we are collaborating with 14 countries in this region, developing investment plan totally approximately $772 million. Mobilize the resources through, among others, developing the bank and the private sectors, as well as public investment in priority areas identified by the territorial approach of the hand-in-hand initiatives. The hand-in-hand initiative has also launched 2 regional initiatives, namely the Dry Corridor Regional Initiative, which was launched at the Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum in 2022, and has been expanded to 13 countries from the region, supporting the government at the highest level and in close cooperation with the sub-regional partners. And the Hand-in-Hand Regional Initiative for the Amazonia, launched in 2023, it seeks to identify potential areas of intervention supported by a new economy that promotes the inclusion by economy and just climate, offering the opportunity to make the agricultural system more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. In addition, the flagship FAO 1000 Digital Energy Initiative is supporting the 52 agro-tourism projects in 14 countries in this region, enhancing the digital capacity in rural communities and improve their living conditions. And the FAO One Country, One Commodity initiative promote 11 special agricultural products in 14 countries in the region, enhance the food security, supporting sustainable development, and improve the competitiveness of the agro products in this region. Furthermore, the regional technical platform on family farming is a key priority for the organization that aims to promote the transformation of agricultural systems globally. Through the virtual and the interactive content, It promotes the exchange of experience and knowledge among the government, family farming organizations, academia, and private sectors. Its first edition successfully conducted participants from more than 40 countries. Dear colleagues, Latin America and the Caribbean, like many other regions, face many challenges such as the economic slowdown, climate crisis, and the conflicts. Despite being the major food exporters, the region's dependence on commodities trade makes the agri-food system vulnerable to economic and political fluctuations. At the same time, persistently high food prices continue to pose challenges to food security and nutrition locally. In addition, the region is vulnerable to the impact of the climate crisis, especially impacting the Caribbean, with the climate-related disasters increasingly affecting local communities. FAO is collaborating closely with the government in the region to boost the preparedness and timely responses in addressing the impact of the climate crisis and to build resilience. Our approach encompasses comprehensive strategies aimed at advancing inclusive rural development and sustainable natural resource management by integrating traditional knowledge with cutting-edge scientific and technological innovations to address these complex issues. FAO has prioritized building resilience among the most vulnerable populations, including women, youth, and indigenous peoples. We have also strengthened our work with small island development states, SEED, including through the establishment of a team of experts led by the chief economist, Maximo Torero. He originated from Peru, so he can dialogue with you both Spanish and English very well. Focus on the seeds to provide the needed support based on their individual requirements and priorities. Dear colleagues, across all regions, the poorest bear a disproportionate burden, suffering double the average income loss. In response to this challenge, we must urgently transform our agri-food system to ensure that no one is left behind. Collecting, analyzing, and disseminating timely market and food security and nutrition data and information for improved decision-making is the key. By supporting members in monitoring policy decisions and measures, FAO aims to mitigate the negative impact of price shocks on food costs and prevent disruption in supply chains. Since G20 2011, FAO hosts secretary for the AMIS, Agro Market Information System. So we are now closely work with the G20 presidents and the Brazil government, especially under the strong leadership of President Lula. We are going to support them technically on the initiative fight against hunger and malnutrition. We are willing to support more in the years to come. So such effort, FAO continue to play a crucial role in advancing progress toward achieve the food security and sustainable development in this region and globally. For successful impact at scale, we need to foster even stronger partnership for coordinated action and targeted investment. I read the brochure provided by the Guyana government. You are aiming to increase the investment on agri-food system. That's a good signal and a strong political and initiative. I think if we're willing to offer technical support together with other developing international financial institutions. The concrete successful experience in Latin America and the Caribbean has shown that transforming agri-food requires a concerted multiple sector efforts. We must remember that the sustainability is a goal. We need to build the region, create a clear pathway, and develop the instrument needed to achieve our objectives. To do so, we should also improve efficiency, effective, and coherent reform to leverage collaboration, investment, innovation, and technology, both within and beyond the region. That's why this minister conference are waiting for your partnership and ownership to make a decision how to strengthen FAO country office in this region. I'm ready to support all of you to strengthen the country office and even sub-regional office, the regional office, to make scale up, speed up the process to SDG and the sustainable development. At the multiple level, the G20 under the president of Brazil in 2024 is provide a unique opportunity to discuss the issues of the common interest at a high level and to advocate for the eradication of the hunger and the reduction of inequality through the important global multilateral forum. For example, G20 Task Force for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, proposed by the Brazilian presidency and strongly supported by FAO, aims to bring together resources and knowledge for the implementation of the improved effective public practice and policies related technologies to reduce hunger and poverty worldwide. FAO is working very closely with the Brazilian G20 presidents to advocate this important initiative. I would also like to emphasize the importance of the proposed new food security, nutrition, and hunger eradication plan of the community of Latin America and the Caribbean state, CELAC, to address the current ecosystem challenges through the regional integration. Dear friends, the Latin America and the Caribbean is well positioned to make a significant contribution to global progress despite the numerous challenges. This region, with rich natural resources and less population density, accounts for 14% of global food production, 45% of net international trade in agri-food products, and with 12% of the world population. It hosts 47% of the world drinking water reserve. The region is also renowned for its biodiversity, hosting a notable concentration of the endemic and the native species. You have a big potential to accelerate progress and to do even more with less. FAO is committed to supporting you on this path, bringing the science-based evidence, provide innovative, inclusive solutions, and accelerate actions. This regional conference provides an opportunity to identify and set a tangible target to accelerate the national and regional progress towards agri-food system transformation through the 4 betters. I wish you fruitful discussion with productive outcomes during this regional conference hosted here in the beautiful landscape of Guyana, a very special territory that shares the unique characteristic of both the Caribbean and South America. Guyana, it means full of water. How to use water for the benefit of prosperity of country and people. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. I liked how you said it there just now. Guyana, full of water. He already is picking up our way of speech. It's going to be a very busy few days for all of you, but in particular for him, as he interacts with various stakeholders over the next few days. He's heading to the Burma Rice Station to observe the drone and GIS technologies as we use technological innovation to improve rice production. Then he's heading to Nari to see the hydroponics project. He's going to be meeting young entrepreneurs who are part of the Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. He'll see the outcomes of the shade house farming. We are growing broccoli and cauliflower and carrots and more. Then DG will meet with the fisher folk and other fishery stakeholders using the web-based platform, observing the work being done for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life during this biannual conference. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite your attention to the screens as we now invite remarks from President Pro Tempore of CELAC and President of Honduras, Her Excellency, Ms. Xiomara Castro.
Me complace ser parte de la ceremonia de inauguración del 38 periodo de sesiones de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe, y decirles que para que la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional sea sostenible y equitativa, debemos transformar el modelo económico. Durante la celebración de la 8ª cumbre de jefas y jefes de gobierno de la Comunidad de Estados Latinoamericanos y Caribeños, CELAC, la cual me honro en presidir, reconocimos que aunque nuestra región produce y exporta alimentos, persiste el hambre, la pobreza y las desigualdades. 43 millones de personas sufren hambre y carencia en América Latina. Es urgente promover la soberanía alimentaria, la alimentación escolar y la reactivación del agro. La globalización no resolvió nuestros problemas, los agravó. Hoy nos queda un largo y arduo camino para eliminar las causas estructurales de la dependencia y la explotación que han sido sometidos nuestros recursos naturales y nuestros pueblos. Como presidenta pro tempore de la CELAC, sostengo que la situación actual en torno a la inseguridad alimentaria y la falta de empleo que genera el modelo económico de la globalización nos convoca al diálogo, a la innovación y a la construcción de alianzas para transformar el programa agroalimentario, la vida de las personas y la protección del medio ambiente. El Plan de Seguridad Alimentaria, Nutrición y Erradicación del Hambre 2024-2030, conocido como el Plan San-CELAC, nos ofrece una primera propuesta integral de políticas que pueden servir de base para abordar con determinación el problema del hambre y la malnutrición. Ante esta conferencia regional de la FAO, les propongo políticas estructurales de inmediato abordaje que tomen en cuenta. Número 1, incorporar a las mujeres, pueblos originarios y campesinado. Número 2, regular la tenencia, el uso de la tierra, el agua y la protección de la biodiversidad. La producción y el acceso equitativo a los alimentos depende en gran medida de ello. Número 3, fortalecer la agricultura familiar, las cadenas de suministro, los mercados locales y el combate a los impactos del cambio climático. Número 4, modificar el modelo económico, el que deberá apoyar al campo, a los productores de alimentos, crear los incentivos y el acceso al crédito y a los mercados. En nombre de la República de Honduras, en mi calidad de presidenta pro tempore de la CELAC, propongo modificar nuestro sistema económico e implementar políticas y medidas que aumenten la capacidad de producción de las comunidades latinoamericanas y caribeñas para convertir estos objetivos en una realidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. For those who weren't able to get their headsets on in time and to select the language, you can do so because our next presentation will also be done this one will be done in Portuguese. So I'll give you a moment to ensure that your headsets and you can select the language of choice. We gave that announcement a little earlier. In case you missed it, you can do so now. This is the opening ceremony of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is the ministerial session. It's hosted by the Government of Guyana in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. On we go with the opening ceremony program. We will now have a special message to the conference from President of G20 and President of Brazil, His Excellency, Mr. Lula Inácio da Silva.
Thank you. It's my honor to read the original Portuguese of the message of President Lula to this conference. Excelentíssimo Senhor Mohamed Irfan Ali, Presidente da República Cooperativa da Guiana, Senhor Primeiro-Ministro, senhores parlamentares. Excelentíssimo senhor Zulfikar Mustafa, ministro da Agricultura da Guiana e presidente desta conferência, em nome de quem saúdo todas as delegações. Excelentíssimo senhor Chu Dongyu, diretor-geral da FAO. Senhoras e senhores, saúdo a realização da 38ª Conferência Regional da FAO para a América Latina e o Caribe. O combate à fome e à pobreza é uma luta constante. Em 2022, 735 milhões de pessoas passavam fome. Esse número inaceitável corresponde a quase 10% da população mundial. Além disso, 3 bilhões de pessoas ao redor do mundo não contam com recursos para ter uma dieta saudável. E uma em cada 5 crianças sofre de desnutrição. A fome e a pobreza são as expressões mais abjetas da desigualdade. Os países latino-americanos e caribenhos foram pioneiros no mundo ao colocar, ainda em 2009, a eliminação total da fome como uma meta para nossos governos. A recente aprovação do Plano CELAC para a Segurança Alimentar e Nutricional e Erradicação da Fome 2030 servirá para guiar nossos esforços nos próximos anos. Não podemos transigir com a fome. É preciso agir com determinação e rapidez, razão pela qual elegemos o tema como uma das prioridades da presidência brasileira do G20. Estabelecemos uma força-tarefa que tem como objetivo criar uma aliança global contra a fome e a pobreza. A aliança estará aberta a todos os que quiserem somar em prol dessa iniciativa. Ela será construída tendo por base o que já alcançamos e reunirá os que acreditam que acabar com a fome e com a pobreza, além de possível, é um imperativo da humanidade. Estamos convidando todos os países interessados a aderir à aliança global. A voz e as experiências do Sul Global merecem ser ouvidas e conhecidas. Agradeço à FAO pelo trabalho desempenhado em nossos países e pela parceria e colaboração constante com o governo brasileiro para a promoção da segurança alimentar e nutricional em diversas frentes. Anuncio, com grande satisfação, a disposição do Brasil de sediar a 39ª Conferência Regional da FAO em 2026. Será uma oportunidade única para avaliar os nossos avanços e nossas estratégias em matéria de segurança alimentar e nutricional. Muito obrigado.
Thank you for that special message, Excellency Lula da Silva. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for any interpretation challenges you may still be encountering. Perhaps during this segment, we can fine-tune so that you can continue to hear the rest of the opening ceremony. So you are in, as DG said, the land of many waters. You may know that we were awarded the Destination of the Year in the Ecological Tourism category. Yes, we can have a round of applause, and also like to acknowledge the Tourism Minister of the Year, the Woman Tourism Minister of the Year in South America, Minister Onij Waldron. Can you give us a wave? I know, I see her in the room. And so, to give you a little bit more, just a sample of who we are and what we so proudly showcase to the world, we will now have a cultural presentation.
Draped in an irresistible combination of breathtaking and enchanting beauty, Guyana is an evergreen paradise, the land of many waters and home to the holy grail golden city of El Dorado. Nestled to the northern coast, Guyana is South America's greatest treasure, a perfect ambience for nature lovers, ecotourists, and adventure seekers, bursting with countless possibilities for mud, flora, and fauna, and giant species that hide in our pristine Amazonia rainforest. An unthinkable diversity. There are anteaters, jaguars, Capuchin monkeys, and harpy eagles. Within the green heart of Guyana lies the mighty Kaitoa Falls. This 743 feet falls is the largest single drop waterfall in the world. Its natural wonder pours into its verdant, permanently misted covered river below, the Essequibo River. Now journey with me through Guyana's capital city, Georgetown, the home to the tall, Gothic-style St. George's Cathedral, the largest wooden building in all the Caribbean. Atop flowers above our Starbucks market, this area is easily the busiest such place in the city, always bustling with people and activity. A place where our farmers add vibrant colors with their harvests that are grown in the green hinterland of Guyana. Experience our many restaurants and nightlife spots, all in the heart of Georgetown. Take a stroll on the seawall and let the golden sand kiss your feet as it lies to the fore of our Atlantic Ocean. While Guyana has many magnificent scenery, what makes her stand out is her people. We stand in hospitality and diversity. We enjoy the sweet sound of soca, reggae, chutney, and calypso music, especially during our cultural celebrations like Mashlamani, Carnival, Independence, and many other festivities that we celebrate in unity. Our food is one of a kind. Gather around a table with some of our famous dishes like curry and pepper pot that will open your senses up with its heat-induced spices and flavors. A flurry of deep water unearthed in the Atlantic of Guyana's coast will aid in the vital transformation of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Guyana.
Ire mazak wolo nogo. Morovia komano teaching English.
Such a beautiful country with American people in harmony. I'm so afraid to live in such a beautiful country with American people in harmony.
Yes, I'm only 500 so fundamental to start players, plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese doing on the content. So everyone now in the tree time in it's just but 6 years I share the same space in the same 3,000 square miles. Don't religion is you put up with this Christian moves the men. Since there's a sister read and true one day, it's true, I'm true, I'm right that I am the whole day. Check it out, it's true. Taking like a wavy flow, we start from what she does not be from again. She put up her punchy hair and gone. Them are the first one out on the dime. Basket as she head, tuck it in each hand. Hold and punch it back, and one on she grandson. To the market, them a go. Oh, them and in big days, darling. Oh, keep the villagers wanting. Rise and shine, the birds them a sing. All animals take turn as them join in the waking. Crow, Tadaba, Donkey, Breas, and even the Aquat. Crow, Tadaba, Donkey, Breas, and even the Aquat. Come and get it sweet, so free. We'll tell the people that life in the country. They are papa me no come home. He nagat donkey cattle vegilo. Cutlass I hand, back over shoulder, running by his side. Avexi and Rover from the bank, them at home. So now go down but up the river. Some washing girls, some bathing at the water. Fisherman him catch him a bring from a canoe boat and them start uploading. I Mara, Wakari, Gilbert, Kuma, even Lukunani. I Mara, Wakari, Gilbert, Kuma, even Lukunani. Listen to this sweet story. We'll tell the people about life in the country. Listen to this sweet story. We'll tell the people about life in the country. She's such a beauty. We guarantee that when you touch them, you will she feels the wind from the mountains, the valleys, the rivers, the hills, we're beautiful people, being very pleased. Come let me take you to natural parts where the waters run. And I tell them, say, you might be destination. This is a destination. This is Guyana, I love many waters. And I'm telling you, see, believe you, what I am mine. I believe I heart. This is freedom. This is freedom. This is freedom. It's all down your way. This is freedom. This is freedom. This is freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom. You're in there, say freedom, 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 freedom. Sweet, sweet charity. We can blow your mind, we can tell on everything. When I don't know, I'm going to party. The opportunities are your city. This is freedom. This is freedom. This is freedom. You know we are free. This is freedom. This is freedom. Paradise is real. 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 Paradise is real. 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 This is freedom. This is freedom. This is freedom. Now you know we are free. This is freedom. 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 This is freedom.
Thanks to our brilliant creatives for that spectacular showcase of who we are and what we offer you. Can we give them another round of applause? This is Guyana, your host country, whose distinctive culture enriches our diverse country. A multi-religious country as well, where our three main faiths are currently observing a period of prayer and fasting, and we worship in freedom. So besides your conference commitments, we hope you got a little sample of our paradise. So you can come back again. There is so much to experience and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to a very high point in our opening ceremony this afternoon. Guyana is playing a leading role in agriculture and food security matters. Our president is the chair of CARICOM, and this is important as it signals regional integration and leadership. May I invite you to please stand as we invite for the keynote address His Excellency, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali.
Thank you. Thank you very much, very kindly. Please have your seats. Director General of the FAO, the Presidency of the G20, Presidency of CELAC, Minister Zulfikar Mustafa, Minister of Agriculture and Chair of the conference, members of the Cabinet, Speaker of the National Assembly, Secretary General of CARICOM, distinguished members of the diplomatic community, distinguished delegates, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen, but specifically all the students who are here. Good afternoon and welcome to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Before I seek to go further, we cannot meet such an important international stage without bringing attention, because I believe that every opportunity we have to bring attention to some of the global issues we are faced with, we must make full use of those opportunities. One of the great challenges of the world today is to deal with conflict, violence, wars, and the consequential effect on women and children especially. Hunger, food shortages, disturbing scenes from across the world. Those who are affected and have lost their life through terrorism and terrorist activities. Those in Haiti who continue to suffer every day with very little attention from across the world. Those in Ukraine, and disproportionately, the greatest effect is on women and children. And those in Palestine who continue to suffer the indignity of war, senseless killing, suffering from hunger. I ask all of us at this forum, if you're so inclined, to stand and join me in a moment of silence and reflection and prayers for all these people who are suffering as we meet today. I thank you. It is only in our collective voice and collective wisdom we can send a message to end the atrocities and suffering of these persons globally. So, delegates, there are two songs that may need some interpretation for you. One is a folk song that a young man sang, and what he was singing about was celebrating the people in the country or the countryside, most of whom are farmers. So the folk song was about farmers and people living in the countryside, telling the story of them waking up early in the morning and working late in the evening so that they can bring the produce to our table, so they can bring the exotic fish and the sacrifices our fisher folk and farmers make so that we can all be happy and have plentiful food. So that song really was celebrating the life of farmers, people in the country, the life of our productive sector. It's a folk song dedicated to those persons. And the second song.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
And in our country, such a diverse country, is a story of unity and people living together. So the song spoke about the story of freedom, how colorful it is, how united it is, how beautiful it is. And it tells you of this land that is our paradise, that celebrates this freedom and brings this freedom together. It tells you about a destination where the people are not only beautiful, but the land is rich, culturally rich, rich in every aspect of beauty, and more importantly, where peace exists. So I thought I would help our delegates to better understand the two songs by giving you an idea of what they were singing about. Today, as we gather here, you are confronted with many challenges as leaders and practitioners, members from the academic community, on how we can better resolve food crisis, how we can better develop a global system that is equitable, fair, just, and one in which plenty is transformed into equal. Because whilst we have great starvation and hunger across the world, we still have great waste, plentiful waste across the world. It is how we get this equilibrium, how do we get to this balance that is important. There are a number of thematic areas that I think this conference must address. The issue of technology and use of technology in the food production system. But for me, the future of food production revolves around women and young people. How do we get women and youths more involved in the food production system? And let us distinguish between agriculture and food production. Agriculture is only a component of a food production system. Sometimes we mix up things and we think that it's about agriculture. It's not about agriculture. It's about a food production system that involves technology, that involves processing, that involves transport and logistics, that involves value creation, that involves agriculture, producing the raw materials. So how do we ensure that women and young people are involved in this ecosystem that we speak about, this food production ecosystem? How do we get to a position where decision-making in the food production system, of which agriculture is a component, is data-driven? And this is important in a world where we have such susceptibility to climate events. Decision-making must be data-driven as far as possible. We have to work on reorganization of the global production system. And we have seen how heavy reliance on one area can affect us in times of conflict. So we have to examine critically the global production system and to see whether there is some reorganization that is required and what structural changes are needed to aid that reorganization. The other issue is climate secure production system. We can create the best agricultural model in the food production system landscape in this region, but one hurricane can wipe it all out. So how do we work on climate secure production system, understanding the vulnerability that each region faces and develop systems that work to protect us against those vulnerability. Importantly is the political will. Many of us say we want to end hunger and end starvation and malnutrition. But if you look at our budgetary allocation, it does not reflect that will. If you look at the expenditure profile, it does not reflect that will. Political will is not only shouting out a message, it is about taking policy action and making policy intervention that addresses the issue.
Sur le terrain, les décisions budgétaires indispensables pour réussir.
Local systems to support what message we're putting forward. Recently, I had the opportunity of completing a document, and it's entitled Zero Hunger and Malnutrition in the Caribbean 2030 and Beyond Towards a Sustainable Food System. So we took all the data that is available and developed a policy-based document on how we can move not only to food security, but ending malnutrition and hunger in the region. So in this region, we have been doing tremendous work, and I will highlight some of the work we are doing. But I would make this available to see if it can be of any support to the work that you will do over the coming days and months ahead. The financing and insurance. We in the region, we understand that financing and insurance is a critical component of the food production system. And we have to address these issues. We cannot go on without finding innovative ways in which we can address issues of financing and insurance to support the food ecosystem, food production ecosystem, of which agriculture is a key component. In this region, we were able to negotiate $100 million from one private institution at very low interest rate, as is 3%, around 3%. And that the interest rate was close to 8 to 12% for agriculture. We negotiated $100 million at 3%. But this is just, and this is from the private sector, but I think the multinational system need to adjust its financing for agriculture in the food production system so that more weight is placed on concessional loans and concessional financing to support the food production system. We also need greater integration. And integration is not only at the national level. Here in this region, we are now working on a regional food hub that will seek to integrate south with CARICOM and then further up north. So Brazil, Venezuela, we are working, the partners we are working with in this region is so diverse now. The Middle East, China, the US, Canada, we are working, Cuba, we are working with multifaceted partners because we understand that the integration is critical. If we don't work on an integrated platform, then we will have major difficulties. For example, if we had platforms that allowed us to store grains for just like we store fuel, this is not rocket science, because many countries and many regions ensure that they have fuel supply storage facility for 8 months, 12 months, 2 years to take care of any shock in the system. Do we have any facility that can give us 6 months of grains in any region? 6 months of wheat in any region. So when there is volatility in price, when there are shocks, unexpected shocks like war, we at least have some amount of storage capacity. There is none. That is why I said we have to look at the entire ecosystem. So the same emphasis that is placed on energy security, security for fuel, food is so important. Why can't we place the same level of seriousness on investing in facilities that will allow us to store to avoid shocks, especially when you have prices that are low? Why we can't give the farmers a decent price to avoid dumping, and then build out these facilities that help us. We have the technology to increase the shelf life and store. These are things that we must address, and these are the issues that I think of when we look at greater integration, transport and logistics. But important to what we're doing is how do we ensure that the next generation just don't eat, but eat food with greater nutritional value? How do we go back to the bowl and avoid the box? Many of you grew up going to school with your food bowl, especially in this region, in the CARICOM region. I don't think there's any minister here who did not go to school without a food bowl. If you went, then you were part of a different class. But that bowl contained fresh cooked food from your homes with a full nutritional value. Today, we have moved away from the bowl and we've gone to the box, create many difficulties, not only nutritional, but environmental issues. So how do we get to the situation of eating food with greater nutritional value? So those are some of the things that we have to grapple with, I think, at this important conference. But we still live in a world today where 12% of all the grains, wheat, barley, maize, sunflower, is under threat, and that is 12% produced by Ukraine. You see, this has affected seriously the United Nations grain distribution system, where 40% of the grain distribution system has been affected just because of this one conflict in Ukraine. We live in a world where inflation, adjusted food prices remain above average for the recent years. The agriculture sector, as we know it now, is ill-equipped to meet this demand. And why is it ill-equipped? Because 700 million of its workers currently live in poverty. And we have to face these realities. You're talking about agriculture, which requires people. 700 million of the persons who participate in the agricultural sector live in poverty. How are we going to change conditions for them? How are we going to target the 700 million people and help them to develop a system to get out of poverty? Because if 700 million people in the agricultural system live in poverty, what message is it sending to the next generation of people? Do you want to join a sector of poverty? How do we ensure that those 700 million people get access to water, get access to food that they're producing, get access to education? How do we lift this 700 million people out of poverty? We cannot come here with the best ideas and forget that we have 700 million people who we represent at FAO, at ICA, at Ministry of Agriculture in Guyana, or wherever, living in poverty. What message are we going to send to them after this conference? How are we going to represent them and their rights and their values after this conference? Because food production is not only about food, it's about the people who are involved in the system of producing the food. Many times these conferences would ignore that we have 700 million people who participate every day in the production system who live in poverty. The other issue we have to deal with the agriculture sector is that
c'est le fait que 70% de le consommateur.
I were having a brief conversation, pointing out the 4 thematic areas downstairs. But the wall is saying that your sector accounts for 70% of water consumption. What is this conference going to say about that? What technology are we going to deploy? How are we going to ensure that we have availability of water and that our systems are built to better utilize water? The third issue is that the environmentalists would tell us that 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from the sector. These are the realities. These are some of the threats for the sector. And we have to plan understanding these realities, understanding these threats. Because in all of these threats lies great opportunity. We plan at a time when food prices in 2024 are forecasted to increase at 2.9%, nearly half of the 5.8% increase in 2023. So we had a 5.8 percentage point increase in 2023. In 2024, the forecast is that we'll have a 2.9% increase. But what we don't tell is that the 2.9% is on a base that was already increased by 5.3% last year. So you're talking about close to 9% increase from 2023 and what is projected in 2024. And that's just the last 2 years. How do we address these issues? And these figures are according to the US Department of Agriculture. We live in a world where 2 billion people in the world suffer from malnutrition. And it is estimated that we need 60% more food to feed the global population by 2050. So we need 60% more food than we produce today to feed the world by 2050. And 2 billion people are suffering from malnutrition. What this figure does not take into consideration is how conflict and war will affect these numbers. And also, I did a piece on that for the United Nations Security Council. We got this issue debated during our presidency. So how conflict and war would affect that, and how climate-related event would affect this. Because right now, we have a major issue. And I think I have the figure somewhere. Oh, I have it right here. Where climate conditions that have caused severe droughts in Latin America has resulted in a staggering 36% reduction in total transits over the past month compared to a year ago through the Panama Canal. Just one event, drought, is affecting 36% of the transits. What that means is that a drought has affected 36% of what passes through the system, which would affect supply, supply affect demand, demand affect price. So this 60% growth that we speak about does not even take into consideration the climate-related event. What this means is that it is projected that almost 600 million people will be chronically undernourished in 2030 if this war is sustained. And this is why the war affects us all. This is why all of us has an equal voice to speak out against the war. Because if the war continues, it is projected that 600 million people will be chronically undernourished by 2030. Isn't this cause enough for our voices to be unified? the cost of poor nutrition and all of its impact. The cost of poor nutrition and its collective impact is estimated at 20 trillion, more than double the cost of global food consumption. And that's the irony. Because if we don't invest in dealing with the issue of malnutrition, then the consequential social and health costs is so much that it's about 20 trillion, which is more than double the cost of food consumption. So why not address the root cause of the problem, which is food consumption? And I think this is another key area that we must address. Here in Guyana, we have been actively engaged on the advancement of food security. And just to demonstrate the political will, we have increased the budgetary allocation in the agriculture sector from Guyanese dollars 13.3 billion in 2019 to 32.2 billion in 2023, an increase of 150%. We are working to establish the region's first state-of-the-art regional food hub, estimated at more than $14 million in its first phase. In Guyana, we'll spend close to $30 million. And this will be linked to northern Brazil. And you know, we are a country of love and peace. And in this vein, I want to welcome our neighbors from Venezuela. Please put your hands together for our neighbors from Venezuela. So we are making this investment for CARICOM and for up north. And that is why we said our prosperity must come to the region prosperity. So we are looking at integrating this regional food hub with Brazil that would look at the issue of transport and logistics, storage, costs, but more importantly, building out of an infrastructure that would aid the development of the food system in the rest of the region. So that's another investment we are making. In addition to this, we have set ourselves a target that 35% of all new farms must be owned by women and young people. And we are well on that target. As a result of these investments, what we have seen that agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector has expanded by an estimated 7% in 2023. We have seen the livestock industry was estimated to have grown by 12.7% in 2023. Eggs, the production has increased by 30.7%, poultry meat 13%, pork 21.9%, and milk product 1%. The fishing industry saw a growth of 37.8%, with shrimp production expanded by 61.1%. Aquaculture production expanded by 75% in 2023. Those are the results of the investments we are making in the food ecosystem here in Guyana. Now, in the region, we have set ourselves a goal of achieving a reduction of our import by 25% by 2025. A recent review in February of 2024 put our progress at close to 70% of our objective since starting the initiative 3 years ago. That is in CARICOM. The progress is enormous, and I want to applaud all the ministers of agriculture in the region. By the end of 2026, the region will be fully self-sufficient in corn, soya, black-eyed peas, and red beans by the end of 2026. That's hundreds of millions of US dollars we'll save from import in these areas by the end of 2026. We are now turning our attention and addressing the issue of malnutrition. And we have a clear plan and strategy in ending malnutrition by 2030. We understand also that as our production increases, we have to look at markets, we have to look at technology. For this reason, we have engaged the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the US, the Dominican Republic, China, Canada, and of course, Brazil through Embrapa. These are all important partners that we are working with. More importantly, very recently, we have started to work with Cuba in an aggressive way to build out the ecosystem using their technology in what is known there as the biopharma industry, but building out an industry that will that we will look at producing all our veterinary needs here in Guyana, all our agrochemical needs for the region right here in Guyana, and that those discussions are in advanced stages as we seek to build out an ecosystem and infrastructure that will serve the collective whole of our region. Importantly, with the FAO and ICA, Guyana is investing in a center of excellence equipped with a situational room and a state-of-the-art data analytics platform to support regional food security and regional food production. And earlier I spoke about the need for data-driven decision-making. We are not talking about it alone, we're doing it. So we are making this investment. We've set aside the resources already, and we're working with the scientists from FAO and ICA so that by long before the end of this year, we'll have the Center of Excellence with a situational room and a state-of-the-art data analytical platform to serve the needs of the entire region. In addition to this, we're working with ICA on the establishment of food production system school that will have all our people in the region studying right here with the best technology on the best platform. So we are converting the Guyana School of Agriculture into a regional international institution with the branding of ICA with us. So that's another area that we're working on. The private sector is integral in this entire process. We have to guide them in decision-making, to have them work in consortiums. So we have a number of consortiums that we are building. We now have to move the consortiums from national consortiums to regional consortiums so that we can have scale, we can increase the scale, and we can make financing more accessible. These are some of the things that we are doing, some of the challenges I wanted to point to. And of course, from the inception in these brief remarks, I've outlined some issues I think we can work on together. I thank you very much for allowing Guyana to host this seminar. I assure you of Guyana's and CARICOM full commitment to the realization of all the goals of ending food insecurity, but more importantly, addressing the issue of malnutrition. We in CARICOM are looking forward for the transfer of technology to our friends from Brazil. We are relying heavily on you to play your part in sharing with us and working with us. I think for too long, we have allowed geographic distance, which is really no distance because Guyana is the bridge. We have allowed that distance that was in the figment of our imagination to avoid the integration that is so necessary. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for leading the agri-food system, not just in the Caribbean, but now offering global leadership to forge a new path forward to zero hunger, zero malnutrition in the sub-region through better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of our opening ceremony. We just have another item or two to go. And this is a hybrid opening ceremony, and we're delighted to let you know that over 1,000 participants are now connected with us via our online channels, and another 250 or so in the room and on the outskirts of the conference facility. And for closing remarks, I now invite the chair of the FAO Regional Conference and our Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillip, Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency, Director General of FAO, Secretary General of CARICOM, Director General of ECA, Cabinet colleague, member of the Diplomatic Corps, delegates to the 38th session of LARC, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, please allow me to extend our deepest appreciation to the Food and Agriculture Organization for entrusting Guyana with organizing and hosting of the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, LARC 38. I'm delighted that we are able to convey face-to-face following a productive virtual session last week. The discussion during that senior officer meeting and those that will embark on over the next 3 days are pivotal for our region as we tackle the issue of food and nutrition security. I wish to recognize the stellar work of the FAO across the region in improving national capacity to implement legal, regulatory, and programmatic frameworks to address food security. And right here in Guyana, we have seen His Excellency the President remain vibrant as he is equally leading the charge. And I want to say just now, he was very modest in saying that the program that we have implemented, but I want to say that he has been leading the charge in driving government noble strides toward transforming CARICOM, region's agri-food system in concert with the FAO's regional and global effort. I wish to take this opportunity to thank him for his impactful address, and those issues that were highlighted are pressing concern, and it demands compelling actions for the way forward. President Ali has launched numerous initiatives focused on ensuring that sustainable agriculture remains a fundamental pillar for national and regional development. In Guyana, he has highlighted a few. In Guyana, I want to say that we have had a number of prominent initiatives which include, and this one is a very noble one that we have started in Guyana, and the President's brainchild, the Agriculture Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, targeting youth to become agribusiness owners. And here again, we know for a fact that young people today see agriculture as a menial job, see agriculture as a job that there for old and mature people. But that perception is being changed right here in Guyana with that launch and that brainchild by our president that he has launched a year ago. The revival of the aquaculture industry is another program that we are seeing vast progress on. The advancement of the livestock industry and the program for self-sufficiency in livestock feed with the production of corn and soybeans. Large infrastructural projects so that we can create the necessary framework for those farmers that are toiling every day to bring food to the table. In the CARICOM sub-region, President Ali has been at the forefront of championing the concept of regional transformation of the food system to ensure that the sector provides healthy affordable diets for all. These efforts, among numerous others, are responsive to the call to action to reduce the Caribbean's US $6 billion food import bill by 25% by the year 2025, a strategic vision which is embodied in the framework paper advancing the CARICOM agri-food system agenda, prioritizing regional food and nutrition security, which was presented by His Excellency at the 32nd Heads of Government meeting in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to work closely with the FAO, it is imperative that the FAO's regional priorities and strategic endeavors align even closer with our national and regional policies, supporting our common aims and enhancing our capabilities and knowledge. There is need to improve initiative, financial support, and the President alluded to that, on concrete action to increase the resilience and sustainability of the agri-food system, to overcome the impacts of climate change and food and insecurity in light of the region's high vulnerability. The assistance of FAO would be key in supporting the development of a comprehensive early warning system for multiple hazard and sector, supporting access to credit and insurance, improving water management, developing food supply chain to enhance trade, and promoting adoption of digital innovations and relevant technology. I want to assure you that the transition of this conference into the ministerial segment is set to foster even greater cooperation and strategies on essential topics such as sustainability, transformation, food security, agri-food systems, and addressing climate change issues for our future plans. Let us utilize the opportunity that this conference will present us to discuss priority issues through sharing experiences and challenges of transforming our agri-food system in light of the reality of each member state and the region as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I invite you to take some time off to enjoy our beautiful country and the warm hospitality of our people. Together, we can chart a course that will guarantee better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all. Thank you all, and I look forward to a productive week ahead.
We have one more announcement before we officially close. I'm now going to invite Conference Secretary, Dr. Eve Crowley. She's got an announcement to make.
Thank you very much. First, a quick round of applause for this very beautiful and moving ceremony that was organized by the government of Guyana, please. So before we close for a coffee break, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we are going to be taking an official photograph. This will be done in front of the conference center in the stairway as you enter the conference center before taking the coffee break. The official photo will include FAO's Director General, the President of Guyana, the heads of all delegations, ministers, vice ministers, and directors, and we kindly request that all countries be present for this photo. In addition, during your time today, we invite you to explore a special immersive experience on the first floor that has been brought to Guyana from FAO headquarters in Rome in collaboration with our communications colleagues. Through digital and innovative storytelling, you will go on a journey to explore the connections between globally important agricultural heritage systems from Latin America and the Caribbean and around the world, as well as the vital role of water in sustaining life and food for all people. This creative experience is meant to show how we're all connected. It represents our shared commitment toward transforming agri-food systems for present and future generations. So we hope that you will all take part in this innovative experience. Finally, and by no means least, your coffee break is being offered on the first floor in the Delegates Lounge near the immersive room. Please be back in 30 minutes. So that would be at 3:10. And we would like to allow, as our Master of Ceremonies will conclude, that the President and other senior authorities would exit the hall first. But I turn it over to our wonderful Master of Ceremonies, Michela Abraham Ali. Also, thank you very much, Michela.
Thank you, Dr. Crowley. And if Dr. Crowley sounded so versatile, she's a Caribbean lady born in Trinidad, now working, of course, doing important work. She is the niece of Guyanese concert pianist Ray Locke, Mr. President. And so we welcome her. She's staying on 1 week after the conference, so don't be afraid. She is here for the conference, but enjoy the Rupununi. She's heading there after the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our opening ceremony this afternoon. We thank our online participants. And for those of you here in the Dome, we will now prepare for the photo. President, Prime Minister, Director General, Minister, and the other delegates will firstly leave, and then the rest of us can. Thank you again. Have a good afternoon and have a successful conference here in Georgetown, Guyana. Once you are a conference delegate or a head of a delegation, just follow the line that's taking their leave. They're all heading to the very front of the building where the photo will be taken.
We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agricultural production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
El agua para mí.
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need
to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always, always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto. Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vista Hermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología, que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas, desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la recuperación de medios de vida y generación de ingresos de pescadores artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilia kay kisnan yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah la kalupya sa ki pawisa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilia kay kisna
mayrin na ni sutni na yang upal lilias na an yang tingki wisna sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay ki bangwansa kabu sal karay baikan bataylia sal ka baplapis abamna warta ki bitaw kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes, Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coope Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida, y más aún que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Saint Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 6% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 6% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 18% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19,000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. Adicionalmente, el programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49,000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas locales y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en el corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó y entregó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal comunitario y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y riesgo frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamsepaz y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades y, sobre todo, adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base e instituciones locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además respondió a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambios.
Son quienes día a día enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación Sur-Sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentas y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019, previo al COVID-19. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa.
Quisiera invitar a los delegados por última vez a tomar asiento para dar inicio a esta conferencia regional. Mientras esperamos para que se nos unan las demás delegaciones, les recordamos que contamos con interpretación simultánea en inglés, español y francés a través de los dispositivos de
Select Channel 1 for English. And for virtual participants, interpretation is on Zoom at the language button on the toolbar. La interpretación simultánea es disponible en español en los dispositivos de transmisión asociados con los micrófonos a las sillas. Para español, debería seleccionar el canal con el idioma 2. Y para los participantes virtuales, la interpretación está disponible vía Zoom a través del botón de lenguaje en la barra de botones. La interpretación simultánea est disponible en français grâce aux appareils d'interprétation associés au microphone de vos sièges. Vous pouvez sélectionner le canal de votre langue français qui est 3. Et pour les participants virtuels, l'interprétation est disponible sur Zoom via le bouton de sélection de langue situé dans la barre d'outils. So I invite delegates to please take your seats as we resume. I would just like to remind you, please, to take special care not to turn on your microphones unless you're speaking.
Ne vous faut allumer votre micro que si vous prenez la parole.
Automatized and the camera will go directly to you. So please do not turn on the microphone unless you're speaking. And to ensure that the camera is focused on the appropriate speaker. Please also take note that there is a room available to delegates for bilateral meetings. Sandy Randehall,
en contactant Sandy
Randehall, following number.
Au numéro suivant. Plus 592 658 93 19. Pour réserver une salle et y tenir une réunion bilatérale, contactez Sandy Randehall au numéro plus 592 658 93 19. C'est elle qui va réserver pour vous cette salle en fonction de la disponibilité. La semaine dernière, nous avons élu la présidence et la vice-présidence et nommé un rapporteur. Nous pouvons donc
Ministro Consejero and alternate perm rep of Brazil, Claudio Garron, who is here with me, beside me today. And I give the floor to the acting chair. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Crowley. Good afternoon. Let us now begin the second part of the opening ceremony. Next on the agenda is item 16, statement by the independent chairperson of the FAO Council. Its supporting document, LARC-24-INF-5, will be published after Dr. Hans Hoeghoven's speech. Mr. Independent Chairman, you have the floor.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Vice Chair, great to see you in this role here at the Regional Conference. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address you at the 38th session of the FAO Regional Conference here in Guyana. And I really would like to thank the government of Guyana and the people of Guyana for their excellent organization of this conference and the warm welcome. And of course, we saw the warm welcome with the beautiful performance of this afternoon. What a joy to see. And as was said by the President of Guyana, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to families affected by the wars and conflicts worldwide. Also in your region in Haiti, but also, of course, in Gaza, Yemen, and Ukraine. How can we stand so many children dying in those conflicts? What can we do to overcome those? And violent conflict is, of course, also a primary driver of forced displacement, another factor contributing to higher food insecurity worldwide. These factors combined with growing inequalities, challenges of climate change, challenges for nutritious food, challenges for diets, it's clear that we have a tremendous task. And let's face the uncomfortable truth. With the money or the funding the world is giving and spending on wars and weapons in 1 year, we could solve the problems with food security now, even now here in this conference. Of course, we have to work within the mandate of FAO. We have no option but to redouble our efforts to transform and where necessary to rebuild agri-food systems, especially in states confronted with wars and conflicts. And in those states, we know that the first priority now is to give humanitarian support. But we also need to prepare for the post-conflict phase in helping to rebuild their agriculture, the agriculture systems, the agri-logistics, their trade and their markets. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of one FAO, one family, it's crucial to acknowledge that the world is not on track, not only because of the conflicts. We are far behind in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. We only have 6 years to go, and we know that we are not going to achieve them. And that's also an uncomfortable truth. We know our challenges with Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. We have set our goals and targets, also in your region. We know the solutions, or at least we think that we know the solutions. But what about the how? How are we going to do it? At that moment, it becomes often still within conference room, within the UN, and also often in Rome. How is it possible that 27 years after the first World Food Summit in Rome, where we were discussing 800 million people in hunger, we are still discussing more or less 800 million people in hunger? How is it possible that we are losing every year 1/3 of our produced food? And that has a value of $1 trillion US. Think about what we can do for food security with those investments. And it was said also by the President, 3 billion people don't have access to safe, affordable, and healthy diets. We have to turn that page. We have to turn that page to action. We have had and developed enough strategies. We have to turn it into action. Swords into plowshares, as was said in the UN symbol in New York. But we know that the magnitude of these challenges are enormous. It calls upon us to scale up our efforts, to scale up our progress and priorities. If we want to achieve sustainable development, if we want to achieve transforming our food systems, we need to double our actions in a transformative way. Sometimes it seems to be an impossible task, but that means that we have to think outside of the box. We should not continue talking about policies or priorities, but we should talk about how to fix the problem. And we know We cannot do that in New York. We cannot do it in Rome. We know that we have to deliver at the country level. And for that, we need you more than ever. Transforming towards sustainable development and a sustainable food system transformation may require a new mindset, with priorities on the long term, but certainly priorities also on the short term. It needs transformation at all levels, but certainly also involving all partners. And our beloved FAO is in a unique position to drive that change, to support you in your countries for action. But it also means that we need to collaborate with private sector partners as well as the youth. Excellencies, being in your region, we see many positive developments in your region from which we can learn. We see a decrease in undernourishment, and I have to compliment you for that. There's an increase in your national or the GDP with more than 2.7%, and in some countries like Guyana even higher. Also that needs a compliment. It also means that we can learn from your practices, that we have to share your success stories, and sometimes also your failures, because we can learn from failures. You have a complex region, because in many countries you see a growth. But you see also clear differences in your region. And I think special attention and support should be given to the Caribbean region. Although making progress, still progress is hampering in that part of your region. Food insecurity saw a slight decrease in 2022, but sub-regional there are many differences. At the same time, we see positive initiatives like the SELEC Plan for Food and Nutrition Security and Eradication of Hunger for 2025. It has contributed to reduction of hunger. It's including challenges around malnutrition, water stress, climate change, and also deforestation. Other figures which are showing is that your region is confronted with the highest healthy diet costs, about $4 per person per day. So that means urgent action is needed to combat malnutrition. And that's why it's so important, and hopefully you take it up also as a priority in this region, that you include nutrition-sensitive social protection programs in both rural and urban areas.
Para la nutrición en distintas áreas como temas prioritarios.
Priority for food environments. But you also have to look to the consumption of your food and to see how we can avoid waste. It's without saying, and I already heard it in informal meetings, that implementing the One Health approach will mean that you can increase your production in a healthy way, which also supports combating malnutrition. Coming from the Netherlands, where water is every day a challenge, water is a challenge in your region, and certainly in Guyana as well. And action is needed, and continued action is needed. And especially we should support initiatives such as the blue transformation in the Caribbean, but also the dry corridor of Mesoamerica and sustainable livestock management in South America. I compliment you with the initiatives taken. It's an excellent step in the right direction, but of course we need to do more. And as I said before, food loss and waste is an area where you can achieve quick results. And FAO, together with the Champions 12.3, it's an international alliance with leaders of governments, international organizations, but also the private sector, has started last year an initiative to work on the country level with direct investments of the private sector. The World Bank has made a country analysis about the hotspots where in the commodities the highest losses are. Based on that, they are now going to organize roundtables at country level to attract private sector companies to invest in your country. And I invite you to join that initiative. Also, I would like to compliment your region how you're dealing with the environment, how you're dealing with biodiversity loss, and how you're dealing with deforestation. It's an impossible and sometimes difficult task, but you have shown results how it can be done, but it asks a continued priority and even a higher investments from the public sector. That's why I think it's so important to commend the sustainable management of natural resources and climate change adaptation in your region, focusing on emergency response, early warning systems, livelihood restoration, and rural resilience. And of course, it cannot be done without digital technology. But we have to make sure that the technology and those innovations are accessible for everybody. Accessible and affordable also for the farmers in your region. All know, and many other regions are jealous about your region when it comes to trade. Your region is one of the biggest contributors to global trade. The continued growth is seeing. Many of your countries depend on export. But let's make sure two things. First, that it's done in a sustainable way. And secondly, that also other countries, also your neighbors, can learn from your successes and can contribute to it. Later on this afternoon, we will have science and technology. And I think together, you and we can embrace, if we embrace technology, we can make faster progress in achieving transformation of our food systems. But also let's not forget that's not only new technology. You have a rich region with indigenous people, with indigenous knowledge and indigenous practices. And I've seen in my own eyes when I visit some of your countries what positive effects it can be done if we use them. Ladies and gentlemen, I already mentioned the private sector. It's a crucial sector in our progress. But may I also make an report, and may I also ask your support and appeal to invest in the youth, was also said by the President of Guyana. We need the youth. We need the youth as our next generation for our future. But we also need the youth, not only in the IT, but also in agriculture. And let's see how we can develop programs where we can financially support startups by the youth in the agriculture sector. Of course, as I said already, nothing can be done without financial support. And it's great to see that many of your governments give clear and more support to transform food systems and supporting it in a financial way. But let's not only look to public support. What I've seen over the last 2-3 years is that if we are creative, we can get much more investments from the private sector and international foundations. They stand ready to support programs in your countries if they are available. Last but not least, it was also already discussed in your senior officials meeting, decentralization. I think it's important if we focus our action on the ground that we have a strong FAO in your region, in your countries. So I appeal to you to strongly support a modern and efficient FAO country offices plan. It needs your input. It needs your discussion this week, perhaps also on a bilateral basis. But we have to ensure that FAO, not only in headquarters, but also in your countries, in your regions, is fit for purpose. And it can only be done if we do it via an inclusive and transparent process involving all. Excellencies.
Excelencias, les puedo pedir, por favor, que rindamos homenaje a nuestros funcionarios de las oficinas locales en Guyana y en todo el mundo. Ellos trabajan incansablemente a diario en las circunstancias más difíciles en distintos países. Y se merecen aplauso por su labor. Para concluir, señor presidente, quisiéramos recordar que su región tiene un papel importante que
Because we can learn so much from your positive examples, from your cooperation, from your success stories, from your investments. Let's make sure that we know them. And your engagement will shape also an FAO which is fit for the future. Together, we can be the agents of change in our struggle to free the world from hunger and malnutrition. And in this way, I would like to use the words of our famous worldwide leader, Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Let us carry forward his courage, his spirit, and his passion, because he succeeded in what he wanted to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hagelman, for your inspiring words. It's always good to listen to someone with your experience. Next on the agenda is item 17, statement by the chairperson of the 37th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Its supporting document, LARC 24-6, will be published after the speech by Mr. Franklin Palacios, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Ecuador, and chair of FAO's 37 Regional Conference. Mr. Palacios, you have the floor.
Muy buen día con todos. Señor presidente, distinguidos miembros, damas y caballeros. Ante todo quiero agradecer por esta fabulosa hospitalidad y recepción brindada por nuestros hermanos de Guyana. Es un honor dirigirme ante los asistentes a la conferencia regional. Presentaré un resumen de las recomendaciones de la conferencia regional que Ecuador tuvo el honor de hospedar de manera híbrida debido a la pandemia mundial causada por el COVID-19 entre los días 28 de marzo y 1 de abril del 2022. Quiero destacar y agradecer a los 586 participantes de los 33 Estados miembros que participaron de la 37ª Conferencia Regional. Entre ellos jefes de Estado, primeros ministros, vicepresidentes, ministros, viceministros y secretarios permanentes, embajadores, entre otras distinguidas autoridades. En la conferencia, los Estados miembros apoyaron por unanimidad el marco estratégico 2022-2031 de la FAO, que en alineación con el marco de cooperación de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo Sostenible, llama a respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación a sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. El objetivo es conseguir una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente, una vida mejor y sin dejar a nadie atrás. En la conferencia regional se consideró los asuntos de política para la región bajo la temática de los resultados regionales, sus prioridades, las 4 mejoras y los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Adicional a ello, se reconoció la respuesta de la FAO a la pandemia del COVID-19, aprovechando el poder de convocatoria de la organización y prestando apoyo a los miembros para que fortalecieran la resiliencia de los sistemas agroalimentarios, garantizando la producción y suministros de alimentos. Hay que aprovechar para alentar también a la FAO a seguir dialogando con los miembros sobre las iniciativas del director general a fin de lograr la máxima repercusión posible del trabajo de la FAO y el suministro de alimentos. Es necesario reconocer con agrado el aumento del 78% en la movilización de recursos en comparación con el bienio anterior. Admitió la importancia de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular y resaltó que las colaboraciones con el sector privado, la sociedad civil, el Frente Parlamentario contra el Hambre, el mundo académico y la comunidad científica, entre otros, permitieron la movilización de recursos, el intercambio técnico, el fortalecimiento de capacidades, la gestión del conocimiento, el desarrollo de innovaciones e implementación de buenas prácticas. También es necesario destacar la contribución de la FAO en materia de seguridad alimentaria y nutricional, las recomendaciones en políticas públicas y reglamentaciones con especial énfasis en educación nutricional, programas de alimentación escolar y la promoción de las cadenas de valor y de dietas saludables. Recalco el apoyo de la FAO en el combate a la pesca ilegal no declarada y no reglamentada en la región. Con preocupación, lamento la tendencia al envejecimiento de los productores agrícolas y enfatizo la necesidad de incluir a la juventud en iniciativas de emprendimiento agrícola. Los miembros tuvimos la oportunidad de dialogar sobre innovaciones para hacer frente al incremento de los precios de los alimentos e insumos agrícolas para lograr medio ambiente y vida. Destacamos la voluntad política, compromiso y metas claras, así como inversiones y recursos públicos y privados, cambios institucionales y procesos sostenidos de desarrollo de capacidades como mecanismos esenciales para implementar, sostener y lograr innovaciones e impactos de corto y mediano plazo. Presidente, bajo este contexto, la Conferencia Regional para América Latina y el Caribe invita a examinar y ratificar que la FAO continuará e intensificará sus esfuerzos de movilización de recursos para fomentar inversiones públicas y privadas en apoyo de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, el marco estratégico de la FAO para 2022-2031 y los marcos de programación por países, destacando la importancia de determinar y materializar de manera proactiva nuevas oportunidades para aumentar la eficiencia y eficacia de la organización en la región. Y otorgará mayor importancia al análisis prospectivo, la gestión del conocimiento, la digitalización de los sistemas agroalimentarios y la multiplicación de las experiencias innovadoras en los países, subregiones y regiones, en especial para promover el arraigo rural con énfasis en los pequeños productores de la agricultura familiar, en particular los campesinos, las mujeres e indígenas. Para reafirmar la importancia de las comisiones regionales, la conferencia pidió que celebraran sus reuniones ordinarias no más allá del primer semestre del segundo año del bienio, de forma que las recomendaciones y decisiones técnicas se pudieran abordar a tiempo y en la debida forma para la conferencia regional. Finalmente, presidente, en nombre del gobierno del Ecuador, presidido por el señor Daniel Noboa Sin, y en mi calidad de presidente del 37º periodo de sesiones de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe, agradezco nuevamente a los miembros por la confianza depositada en mi país. Tenemos retos similares al interior de cada país, tratando de ser transparentes y eficientes en nuestros esfuerzos para poder llegar a los lugares más necesitados en el sector agrícola. Asimismo, tenemos un reto global, un reto de todos, de cómo conseguir que se eleve la conciencia del consumidor para que le dé el valor que necesitan nuestros productos. Es un trabajo que tenemos que hacerlos desde cada país, impulsando y así poder brindar sostenibilidad a quienes más lo necesitan. Al mismo tiempo, reafirmo esta conferencia nuestro beneplácito con la conducción estratégica de la FAO a nivel global y regional y a la necesidad de continuar contando con la cooperación técnica de la organización y la movilización de recursos necesarios a fin de contribuir en forma directa a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, fin de la pobreza, hambre cero y reducción de las desigualdades, respaldando el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su palabra, señor ministro. Next on the agenda is item 18, statement by the chairperson of the Committee on World Food Security. The supporting document, LARC 24, INF 7, will be published after Ambassador of South Africa and Chair of the Committee on World Food Security, Ambassador Nozifu Jazili's speech. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon and thank you, Vice Chairperson. I'd like to thank firstly the honorable ministers, heads of delegations, the independent chair of the FAO, excellencies in the room, who are my colleagues in Rome, and I would also like to acknowledge distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen. You've already heard that I'm Nosipo and I am the permanent representative to the FAO, and I'm speaking in my capacity as the chairperson of the Committee on World Food Security. And this is an honor for me, particularly at this important occasion of this regional conference. And a sincere gratitude goes to the Director General of the FAO, who has invited me to participate at this regional conference. And I'd like to thank the host country, cooperative government of the Republic of Guyana, for the warm hospitality extended to us in this beautiful country and beautiful region of many natural endowments. You've heard the DG mentioning a country of waters, and it's a region of the oceans, the forests, the plants, and diverse cultures, yet vulnerable to climate change. And a special appreciation to the FAO regional director and as well as the country office staff, who are all supporting the preparations and are still at work to make sure that this conference is a success. It's been 20 years since the adoption of the Right to Food voluntary guidelines. And therefore, the implementation of these guidelines offers states or countries a policy approach that would enable a progressive realization of the right to adequate food in the context of national food security. And the president ably spoke earlier on about human rights, And the question is, how far are we in 2024, 20 years later? During the year at which the world suffers from multiple conflicts and other challenges, and this is also the year the United Nations High-Level Political Forum in New York is going to be focusing or placing a spotlight on progress towards achieving SDG 2 to end hunger. And this region actually gave birth to the SDGs. As you may know, Brazil was hosting at the time we adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The Committee on World Food Security is a platform of multi-stakeholders, and its responsibility ranges from developing policies, and in this case, I would like to, as I already mentioned, the voluntary guidelines in respect of human rights or the right to food. As a provider of policy guidance for countries and regions, CFS consolidates scientific evidence provided by its high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition to develop and facilitate multilateral agreement on policy recommendations and guidelines. Secondly, it is a collaborative platform which seek to facilitate strategic coordination amongst the three Rome-based agencies, which is particularly the FAO, the World Food Programme, and IFAD, and beyond with other international agencies, promoting synergies, resource optimization in the area of food security and nutrition. And thirdly, this is a platform where dynamic practice and evidence-based exchange is enabled. CFS fosters a dialogue on regional and country-level efforts, enabling member countries to benefit from adapted policy guidance, and in that case, be able to demonstrate what is best practices. In the context of the multi-year program of work, during the coming CFS 52 plenary in October this year, 2024, member states and Rome-based agencies and civil society mechanism and the private sector mechanism will share their rich experiences and lessons on the implementation of the right to food guidelines and other CFS policies to demonstrate what works and what challenges remain that we should be tackling together as partners. In line with these roles, important activities have been achieved or carried out across the Latin America and the Caribbean region to implement the CFS guidelines on food systems and nutrition, which provide recommendations. And I would like to particularly mention one of the guidelines that the governments have promoted are related to food labeling systems for the benefit of consumers. The application of these guidelines through these regulatory schemes in this region has proved to be an effective tool in reducing consumption of highly processed foods. In this context, I'm pleased to mention that there are 10 countries in the Latin America region, and these particularly include Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Mexico, Peru, and Ecuador, and 4 countries which were in the process of implementation: Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, and Venezuela. These initiatives show that the octagon type front labeling in the region has had positive results in relation to its understanding, knowledge, valuation, reformulation, and decrease in the purchase intention of products with certain nutrients without jeopardizing the economy and incomes of the food sector. I would also like to acknowledge the commitment shown again through this region by the Parliament of Latin America and Caribbean, Palantino, towards the implementation of the CFS principles on responsible investment in agriculture and food system. Their declaration on enhancing responsible investments in agriculture and food systems in response to COVID-19 crisis, which were adopted in 2020, has paved the way for the organization of national capacity development workshops for parliamentarians across the region, and for the preparation of a practical handbook for parliamentarians. These are key aspects that create reliable, coherent, and transparent enabling environments for a range of areas related to investments in agriculture and food systems. Another example that I would like to mention, which illustrates the contribution of the academia, the Polytechnic University of Madrid has set up an international network which is about the implementation of these CFS responsible labeling guidelines. The network builds on capacities to create business environments which ensure food security and nutrition, concerns that are put at the forefront of the public and private investments. And therefore, this network involves about 35 universities related to this specific topic, and 34 private sector companies from the Latin American region. Through this network, 2 learning programs I understand.
Hay programas de aprendizaje que han creado los sectores académicos y privados, y estos se han realizado con
12 countries of the region. And thirdly, an edition is being organized in 2024 for which this participation and capacity building will be enhanced. There are a number of professors within the region who are currently being trained or at least receiving exposure in respect of these same guidelines on investment in agriculture. And I would like to then say that if this materializes, it does seem that we'll get to a point where the curricula will increase in terms of providing elements of what is relevant in terms of agricultural practices in the area of investments. Beyond these few concrete examples, the CFS provides a wide range of other guidelines with policy recommendations that are useful and applicable to policymakers whilst addressing the needs of the implementing countries. These cover a wide range, including the governance of tenure, gender equality and women's empowerment. Again, the president mentioned the importance of involving young people and women in the area of agri-food systems. And other guidelines are related to youth participation, linking smallholder farmers to markets, and ensuring food security in protracted crises. These are just but a few of those instruments that have been produced by member states through a multilateral platform in CFS. The president, again, as I said, mentioned the participation of women and youth, and I would like to echo the words of my late president, who was quoted earlier on by the ICC chair, Nelson Mandela, who said, "Empower a woman to liberate a world." And this is just true for the agri-food systems in this case. There is a further challenge that has been outlined in respect of limited financial flows or investment gap to achieve food security. Therefore, there are various conversations about the tools to release the fiscal space for investment in food, which includes a concept of debt swaps for food, allowing countries to convert their debt into food security strategies and investment. On the other hand, special drawing rights are being mentioned as per the Italian presidency of G20 in 2021, which earmarked a certain figure of about $100 billion. And the question is, can this be applicable in the area of agriculture, where the multilateral development banks and the Rome-based agencies could at least have access to those resources for supporting countries which require investment. And these are discussions that may offer plausible policy guidance in the context of responsible financing in food and agriculture. I emphasized earlier on that CFS is a resource and a strong ally of member countries for effective implementation of food security and nutrition policies. And we therefore remain firmly committed to support you as policymakers, working with the region and national stakeholders to develop a set of guidance and be able to handhold each other in respect of implementation. And lastly, I would like to again urge all member countries to actively participate in the implementation of the recommendations that are made by this committee into national strategies. Of course, together we can move forward to achieve our common goals on food security. I would like to thank all the participants and speakers and organizers of this invaluable session, and hope that we can foster a continued collaboration and strengthen our commitment to achieve our regional and global goals to end hunger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your inspiring words. Next on the agenda is item 19, statement by the spokesperson of the civil society organization. Its supporting document, LARC 24-INF-8, will be published after the speech by Ms. Carmen Nurse, spokesperson of the civil society organization. Ms. Nurse, you have the floor.
Let me take this opportunity to thank Guyana for hosting this conference and FAO for the representation to have civil society here today. Declaration of Civil Society Organization from Latin America and the Caribbean. On February 28th and 29th, 2024, in preparation for the 38th FAO Regional Conference, we met family farmers, peasants, indigenous people, artisanal fishermen, artisanal collectors, consumers, Afro-descendants, women, young people, and urban people movements who have always fought for food sovereignty and for better living conditions and peace in the territories to eradicate hunger, food insecurity, and inequalities. Considering that in our region, more than 40 million people suffer from hunger, and 180 million people are in poverty, that the multiple crises deepen inequalities and conflicts over land, water, and territories, exacerbate the loss of biodiversity, aggravate the climate crisis, make people sick, and marginalize them. That corporate capture and false solution presented by large corporations curtails social participation and in turn fail to change those systematic dynamics that deeply affect territories, our food sovereignty, and our lives. Civil society organization recommendation to member states. We demand that efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production have the decisive support of countries in prioritizing agroecological transition, the promotion of the production, supply, and marketing of foods, free of agrochemicals and additives, strengthening the popular solidarity and territorial economy. To end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, we demand greater political will, public budget, and materialize hunger liberation policies, produce information and promote the defense of peoples, the production and trade of food at fair prices, and legal frameworks based on food sovereignty and the rights to food. We urge that peasant family farming and cross-cutting issues of women, youth, and the United Nations Decade of Family Farming have national peasant family farming committees with action plans for sustainable, healthy, and supportive rural development. These bodies must have full social participation without interference from corporations and with the purpose of realizing rights, differentiated public policies, fair agrarian reforms, and the food sovereignty of people, with guarantees of application of free, prior, and informed consent, the tenure and governance of land, territories, sea, rivers, and other common goods, climate finance, the protection of native seeds, technical assistance, public purchases, and marketing of agricultural livestock and fishing products with ecological, intersectional, gender, and generational approaches. Likewise, recognize care as a center of reproduction of life, considering the leading role of women and the rural youth. We request that to reduce inequalities and rural poverty and promote the resilient capacity development policies based on food sovereignty be implemented, considering interculturality, investments in policies to strengthen associations and cooperatives, public purchases of food supply, expanding the participation of women and youth in decision-making, review free trade agreements to safeguard our territories' productive economic, cultural, and environmental practices, guaranteeing food sovereignty. We recommend that food governance be a regional policy. To achieve this, we request the creation of a permanent multi-sector participatory regional mechanism that participates in the entire FAO policy cycle, evaluate specific national public policies and scenarios, expand alliances for regional and local policy dialogue, produce and disseminate data recognizing ancestral sciences, practices, and knowledge, and recommend policy instruments based on food sovereignty. We reiterate the need to implement international instruments such as the United Nations Decade for Family Farming, the Charter of Rights of Peasants and other people working in rural areas, the guidelines for artisanal fisheries and aquaculture, the Decade of Restoration of Ecosystems, those on earth governance, and those on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. The Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, the ILO Convention for 169, the Resolution on the Management of Chemical Substances and other frameworks, and also incorporating them in other spaces that guarantee our rights, such as TILAC. Data governance must guarantee the human rights to adequate food. The use of digital technology must occur with accessibility, inclusion, and social participation, recognizing people as holders of rights over data knowledge they generate. Promote training processes and access to appropriate technologies, innovations with cultural relevance, intellectual property rights of data, knowledge, and people system. With the CSO, reaffirm and commit to continue collaborating in the construction of policy solutions, instruments that guarantee the rights of people. For this is essential that we preserve our territories and common goods. This is why we demand a new CERDI from FAO. And we request finally effective participation in the preparation of FAO LAC 38 report, and that this organization has our contribution throughout the process of preparation and implementation of the regional priorities. In closing, quote, "A current decision is wrong when it's too late." I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nurse, for your words. Next on the agenda is item 20, the statement by the spokesperson of the private sector. This is supported by document law-25-inf-9 that will be published after the speech by Ms. Dania Ferreira, spokesperson for the private sector. Ms. Ferreira, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. El sector privado representativo de los actores y sistemas agroalimentarios, pecuario, pesquero, forestal, acuícola, avícola y del procesamiento, distribución y comercialización de los alimentos y bebidas, integrado por grandes, pequeñas y medianas empresas, cooperativas y otras agremiaciones de la economía de la región, apoya las propuestas de prioridades regionales de la FAO para su próximo bienio con relación a una mejor nutrición, mejor producción, mejor medio ambiente y una mejor vida. Agradecemos la labor de la FAO por haber facilitado la organización de la consulta con el sector privado en vísperas del 38º periodo de sesiones de la Conferencia Regional de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe, y a los Estados miembros por haber facilitado la representación de los participantes del sector privado y abrir el espacio para la lectura de la declaración. Es esencial continuar fortaleciendo la cooperación para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible de la región sin dejar a nadie atrás. Es por ello que deseamos manifestar lo siguiente: hacia una mejor producción. El mundo se prepara para alimentar una población en crecimiento en un contexto de escasez de recursos. La intensificación de los principales factores causantes de la inseguridad alimentaria y la malnutrición exigen de una producción cada vez más eficiente, inocua, inclusiva y sostenible. La tecnología ofrece una oportunidad para implementar prácticas sostenibles relacionadas con la protección de recursos hídricos, la agricultura sostenible y el cuidado del ambiente, a fin de garantizar la promoción de los derechos humanos de las personas de toda la cadena de producción. Sin embargo, en los países en desarrollo, la falta de infraestructura y especialización técnica subrayan la necesidad de atender los retos más amplios que se enfrentan. El comercio mundial de alimentos debe funcionar de manera fluida. Es importante continuar reduciendo al mínimo las barreras que distorsionan el comercio, promoviendo modelos asociativos de producción y consumo basados en las economías de escala a favor
the sale, production, and consumption of food with companies and producers, cooperatives, as well as those of distributors. We need to ensure an inclusive economy that provides sustainability for better nutrition. We agree with redoubling our efforts to ensure food security and appropriate nutrition, with the aim of eradicating hunger and all types of malnutrition by 2030. Everything proposed for food policy needs to promote the infrastructure of multilateral regulatory bodies and ensure that robust science is at the very heart of our efforts. We need to ensure existing regulatory frameworks are stronger and promote education for consumers in order to train them in healthy food habits. We believe it is prudent to ensure that public policies related to the level of food processing be considered, and we reiterate that regulatory frameworks are specificities to this context. As far as a better environment, the FAO has talked about working to ensure food production systems are resilient in order to address the impacts of climate change. This can only be achieved if we develop policies, incentives, and skills to ensure better yield and practices that promote an efficient use of resources, a circular economy, sustainability, and resilience in the production chain to improve ecosystemic services. Today, we are facing trade barriers such as environmental restrictions on importing food from developing countries. And at this time, it's essential for us to keep in mind that food-producing countries, such as the entire LAC region, for a better life. We need economic policies and practices to promote sustainability and to foment economic development, create jobs, reduce poverty and inequality. The private sector builds wealth through its workers, and it's fundamental for us to continue promoting the development of public-private partnerships to drive efforts aimed at promoting small producer companies, as well as improving food availability and the income of families that work in fishing, agriculture, and other food producing sectors. We need to support member states to ensure that the FAO speaks with the voice of the private sector in LAC countries. We are committed to working collaboratively in order to seek out innovative solutions to transform our agriculture and food systems to be more inclusive, competitive, and sustainable. To conclude, the private sector reiterates its commitment to continue working hand in hand in solidarity as we build tools with specific activities to reduce poverty, hunger, and inequality that we find in our region. We ask the member states of the FAO to support us so that the FAO can work through the mechanisms of institutional dialogue in setting regional priorities identified in coordination with the private sector. Thank you very much. Very much. And now we see item 21, statement by the spokesperson of Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger. This is supported by document LARC/24/INF/10 and will be presented by Ms. Sonia Rojas, a member of the Parliamentarians Against Hunger. Ms. Representative, I give you the floor.
Mr. Q. Dongju, Director General of the FAO, ministers, and member states, members of the civil society, we thank you for the opportunity to participate for the third time in this conference, and especially would like to thank the Secretary General of the FAO and representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mario King, for his tremendous support, and in particular to the government of Guyana for its role as host of this conference. We are commemorating 15 years of uninterrupted work since 2009, of the work begun by the FAO in our parliament through the project in support of Latin America and Caribbean without hunger, or Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for your support to our parliamentarians through the Mesoamerica program against hunger. Thank you for your daily support and accompaniment, in particular through the regional office of the FAO. We have been able to push for more than 100 laws in the fight against hunger throughout the entire region. The latest indicators with regard to food insecurity are alarming, but we are proud that our efforts have contributed to significant reduction in hunger in the region. We have seen the impact of these instruments on reducing hunger, thanks to the efforts of the parliamentarians throughout our region. Hunger continues to affect women disproportionately more than men on the regional level, and so we need to continue to mobilize our efforts to prevent such, particularly in rural communities. And we focus on the groups that are most affected by climate change effects, climate change impacts. Parliamentary Fronts Against Hunger proposes to mobilize through alliances in the fight against hunger and malnutrition, such as those that have been recognized by the FAO strategic program framework. Along with government agencies and civil society, we continue to deploy our efforts to articulate our alliances and partnerships for Latin America and the Caribbean. In the second World Parliamentary Summit in 2023, we pushed for greater coordination to accelerate the efforts in this fight against hunger. We've also promoted the construction of parliamentary partnerships in Iberoamerica, along with parliamentary partnerships with Spain and Portugal that we hope to launch this year. With worldwide executives at the FAO, we have made a commitment to implement the FAO strategic framework 2022-2031, and we are developing a roadmap under this initiative. In this regional conference, we have recommitted ourselves to the 4 betters, to work better with the FAO and government in the implementation of the country programming frameworks, to ensure that sufficient budgets are allocated to support legislation to promote our partnerships throughout the Iberoamerica space. The role of indigenous communities is also of great importance in the agri-food systems towards sustainability. We are focused on legislation that can help to promote, in particular, the linkages between the capacity building for women, and we seize this opportunity to thank the FAO for strengthening its technical support, which is much needed over the last 15 years of building together in partnership throughout the parliaments of Latin America and the Caribbean. And in this way, we continue to invite and thank the FAO for its partnership. We thank the Spanish and the Portuguese cooperation as we implement frameworks in our countries against hunger, and hand in hand with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, working towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems which permit a better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life through better policies, better state policies, leaving no one behind. Thank you. Thank you to the representative.
The statement of the spokesperson of the Scientific and Academic Committee. The supporting document, LARC 24-11, will be published after the presentation by Ms. Georgina Catacora Vargas, spokesperson for the scientific and academic sector. Ms. Catacora Vargas, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished authorities, delegates. We would like to thank the member states for allowing us this opportunity to share our scientific insights in order to be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Policies are needed to achieve this reform without undermining the economic basis for current generations and those to come. The role of the universities and the scientific community is to assist in finding innovative ways to treat with environmental degradation. Accessibility to healthy diets is limited by the cost of food, and unhealthy foods continue to proliferate with the use of chemicals, leading to a number of diseases, non-communicable diseases. There is sufficient evidence that it can be recognized that the right to healthy food must be promoted. The Declaration of the UN on farmers and those who work in rural areas. We need a complete overhaul of the agri-food systems to guarantee healthy food. Malnutrition and food insecurity must be addressed. We need to take into account the significant evidence that's available. Firstly, we need to promote the transition of monoculture agri-food systems and production systems, and to work towards more resilient production systems with processes that allow for better production. We need to implement Convention 19 of the FAO with regard to use of energy in production. We need to promote better production systems in marginalized communities, treating with the issue of child labor. We need to develop better systems to deal with food losses and waste. Within the agri-food systems, we need to transition to more ecological means of production, promoting intercultural alliances. We need to promote policies for knowledge sharing and that integrated solutions be found for agri-food systems. We need to activate different functions that are more accessible and culturally acceptable with localized solutions, including educational programs to strengthen rural farming techniques. Additionally, we need to promote the policies of public health. We need to promote much more sustainable agri-food systems through research and interdisciplinary research, encouraging ethical responsibility and social justice, in particular within indigenous communities and smallholder farms. Finally, we need to strengthen the multi-sectoral partnership through standards and norms and social systems with sustainable agri-food systems to improve agricultural production while respecting the consultation process with those involved. We wish to reiterate our engagement to contribute knowledge and insights to agri-food systems towards healthy food systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadagora Vargas. I would like to thank all the speakers for their statements. We have now completed items 16 to 22 of the agenda. I pass the word to the Secretary of the Conference for some announcements. Dr. Crowley, you have the floor.
Thank you. So as we move to from the opening ceremony to the other items of the ministerial segment, 4 quick announcements to facilitate participation. Some of these are also available on the app for this conference and on the conference website. So this is also for virtual participants. Please remember to turn on your video, move close to the mic, speak slowly, and use a dedicated headset if you're connecting virtually. And everyone in the room, as well as virtually, when you're not using the mic, please make sure that it is turned off. Secondly, if you plan to read a statement, please send it in advance to the address on the screen. The interpreters will always treat the text as confidential, and in a virtual intervention, the audio quality can unexpectedly deteriorate and become insufficient for interpretation purposes. Interpreters will verbally indicate this and resume interpretation as soon as the sound quality allows. Thirdly, the virtual participants, please note that the provisional timetable is expressed in Guyana time. 10 a.m. Guyana is 11 a.m. Santiago and 3 p.m. in Rome, a 5-hour difference. So these time zones are now being projected to facilitate your participation. And that's all from my side. So Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. First of all, let me thank my Vice Chair for so ably carry out the opening session. I think that we have covered a number of issues, and now we are on the business agenda where delegates will have their chance to make their contribution to the conference. Before I proceed further, I would like to invite FAO's Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean to take the floor and remind delegates of where we are in the process of this conference. Mr. Mario, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all delegates for this official and observers. To express, first of all, my gratitude to the government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and its leadership to
gobierno de la República Cooperativa de Guyana y su liderazgo, su pueblo, por recibirnos de forma tan espléndida. Nosotros estamos muy agradecidos por todo ello. También quisiera hablar del liderazgo de los sistemas agroalimentarios en el Caribe. Es un placer estar aquí hoy. Culminar un proceso que vale mencionar, que es la hoja de ruta que se inició en Quito en el 2022 y ahora nos lleva a Georgetown en el 2024 y incluye varias consultas con la Comisión Técnica Regional con el RUPLA, gobiernos y muchas otras partes interesadas para identificar los temas de interés.
Last week, we decided official meeting from 11th to 13th, and a highly inclusive technical discussion involving a wide range of specialized national institution members analyzed the main result of FAO achieved over the last biennium and determined the priorities of the next biennium. They were approved in the draft report of the conference, which was developed through an extensive, inclusive, and transparency process and was posted today and sent by email to all registered participation for your view. We hope you will adopt this report in the end of this conference on 21st, Thursday. All other documents of the regional conference are available in the website of the FAO Regional Conference in Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, we continue with the Regional Ministerial Conference. Over the next 4 years, in the Ministerial Roundtable, you will engage in a high-level strategic dialogue on your priorities and exchange experience, good practice, and challenges to transform agri-food system in the region to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, drawing from the reality of each of your countries and sub-region. We will also participate in high-level special events and unique innovation and technical solutions to address key challenges. Last week, during the senior officer meeting, we had almost 5,000 viewers and 339 participants from the region, from the 33 member countries, among them 1 vice prime minister, almost 50 minister, vice minister, and permanent secretaries, 9 ambassador observers, 10 intergovernmental organizations, 11 civil society organizations, 5 representatives of the parliament's Front Against Hunger, 11 private sector spokespersons, and 13 spokespersons from the scientific and academia community that we listened before their summary. And I think that we start very well today. And I want to, first of all, thanks your presence here in Georgetown, again, Vice Prime Minister, Minister, Vice Minister, and delegate for the 33 countries. Thanks to the ministers that are following the conference from their capital and sent to us during the afternoon very important message. Thanks to the thousands of viewers that are following this conference and continue to follow, and they are waiting for the next step of this conference. I'm sure that after these 4 days, FAO will be more strong to work more and better with each one of the 33 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is all that I want to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario, for outlining the important relationship between last week and this week's session. I now kindly request that the order of the day for the first day of the ministerial session be projected in plenary. I would like to remind everyone that this agenda is posted daily at the beginning of each morning and the up of the regional conference in the 3 official languages and is accessible to all registered delegation and participants. So that's the agenda. I submit the order of the first day for approval by members. Is there any comments? If there is no objection, the agenda is approved. Next, in keeping with the agenda, we'll begin with the high-level special events and ministerial roundtable. Special events will be moderated by FAO staff, and as chair of this conference, I will be the moderator of the ministerial roundtables. Moderator will provide a brief introduction to the topic, present the panelists and the FAO speaker, and guide the interventions. Panelists will have not more than 5 minutes each to speak, and at 4 minutes a bell will sound. Time permitting for ministerial roundtables only, there will then be a space for other government delegates and then observers to ask questions from the floor. And if they raise their name plate or virtual hand before moderator closes with his or her reaction. We'll now begin with item 26, the high-level special event Science and Digital Innovation in Family Farming. This event showcases experiences with digital innovation and good practices that had a transformative impact on family farming, and from which we can learn lessons, including on the potential of scaling these up and having them adopted sustainably in the range of different culture, landscape, and value chain. This event will be moderated by Ms. Ann Posas, FAO's Regional Agriculture Officer. The moderator is invited to come forward. Ms. Posas. Here. You have the floor. The special event has its own script. The moderator will manage the intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, all. Dear delegates, guests, participants, I'd like to give you a warm welcome to this high-level session on science and digital innovation in family farming. This is part of our regional FAO conference for LAC. My name is Ana Posas, and I will be facilitating this session. To start this session, we will be sharing a video that summarizes the situation in the region, and please share the video.
Changes, the climate crisis, migratory phenomena, and regional conflicts are affecting populations. In order to achieve strategic development goals, it is necessary to promote innovative knowledge and joint work of the international community. In Latin America and the Caribbean, FAO promotes and supports digital innovation in family farming through its initiatives, cooperation, and projects. The aim is to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. The 1,000 Digital Villages initiative in the region has been implemented through existing rural tourism experiences. It supports the promotion and sale of services and facilitates coordination with other agri-food systems while encouraging linkages with rural tourism programs and projects under development. This initiative is creating limitless opportunities for local family farmers and businesses in 14 countries. In the same vein, the FAO China South-South Cooperation Project is working with 12 select countries to promote digital transformation and innovation in agriculture. This partnership paves the way for digital pilots, knowledge sharing, and sustainable development across the region. Brazilian cooperation through the Plus Cotton initiative is creating a vibrant network for the cotton sector through its digital platform Laços. It is a place where family farmers, institutions, and experts share knowledge to improve agri-food systems, promote sustainable practices, and weave together the future of cotton in Latin America. The Latin American and Caribbean Platform for Climate Action in Agriculture, PLACA, is leading the charge on climate action in agriculture and advocating for a future of low emission and resilient agriculture. As a central nexus for the dissemination of knowledge, technologies, and practices, PLACA underpins national climate policies while embodying the region's commitment to climate-smart agriculture by organizing more than 30 workshops and e-learning courses. Its alignment with key environmental conventions underscores the commitment to enhance cooperation, facilitate access to finance, and strengthen institutional and policy support. Within the framework of the United Nations Decade for Family Farming, the Regional Technical Platform on Family Farming is part of a global FAO initiative to establish 5 regional technical platforms on different themes to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. This technical platform aims to provide governments, family farming organizations, the scientific and academic community, and the private sector with a series of virtual events, including webinars, interactive workshops, and panel discussions facilitated by leading experts in the field. Digital innovation in family farming will enable progress in agri-food systems with better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind.
Perhaps if somebody could go to the next slide for me.
Not running. Something happened with the clicker. Somebody can just pass. There is.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. So we are really at a critical juncture. We're falling behind in our efforts to end hunger, food insecurity, and all forms of malnutrition by 2030, as many of the earlier speakers today have been highlighting so clearly. We call this, in this slide at least, we're calling this an age of mega threats. So in this age of mega threats with global food insecurity on the rise, exacerbated by climate change and conflict, we need to find innovative ways to produce more nutritious food with less inputs and with the least impact on the environment. So in addressing the global challenges, FAO encourages a strategic and systems-oriented approach. You've heard us talking a lot about the agri-food systems approach. So science, innovation, and digital technologies can bring opportunities and be part of the solutions to our current challenges. Next slide, please. So the agriculture sector in Latin America and the Caribbean stands out for its significant reliance on family farming. Family farming pays pivotal role in ensuring food security, and family farmers are integral to countries' efforts to achieve zero hunger. So we're going to zoom in a bit more on that. In the next slide, we're giving a little bit of background. So family farmers comprise 81% of farms in the region. And the region exhibits a diverse mix of small and large-scale agriculture, leading to disparities in the scale and the sophistication of the agricultural sector. While family farming prevails in the majority of the region, large-scale farms, particularly in countries like Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, play essential roles in driving agricultural output and contributing significantly to economic growth. Endorsed in December 2017, the United Nations Decade of Family Farming for 2019 to 2028 seeks to place family farming at the center of national public policies and investments. In declaring this decade, the United Nations General Assembly recognized the importance of family farming in reducing poverty and in improving global food security. Family farmers contribute to meeting the food requirements of the world's growing population, while also building resilient agri-food systems that can adapt to climate change. Their traditional knowledge and sustainable management practices passed down through generations contribute to the revitalization of rural economies by generating local economic circuits and fostering connections with urban markets. Next slide, please. So despite the importance of family farming, significant challenges persist, particularly in rural areas where poverty rates are 3 times higher than in urban areas, reaching up to 80% in some areas. Further, approximately 20% of small farmers in the region experience food insecurity. This situation often leads to low incomes and a lack of access to essential social benefits associated with formal employment, perpetuating those cycles of poverty and vulnerability. Factors such as inequalities, gender, ethnicity, and age contribute to disparities in access to resources, as many of the speakers today have also referenced. Also, opportunities and decision-making power within agricultural communities are less for these groups. Women in particular represent 43% of agricultural workforce and produce 60 to 80% of food. They face multiple challenges, including limited access to assets, unequal employment opportunities, and disproportionate burden of unpaid work. Indigenous peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean play a crucial role in preserving biodiversity, with 80% of the planet's biodiversity located in their lands and territories. This demographic shift raises concerns about the sustainability of family farming and underscores the needs for technologies and innovations that attract youth and ensure the continuity of agricultural traditions and practices. So harnessing, on the next slide, harnessing science, technology, and innovation is key to the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. So let's speak a little bit about the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. On the next slide, please. So the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy seeks to become a powerful engine to transform agri-food systems and end hunger and malnutrition, accompanied by strong institutions, good governance, political will, enabling regulatory frameworks, and effective measures to promote equity among agri-food systems actors. On the next slide, we see that the Science and Innovation Strategy, which was launched in June of 2022, supports implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031. It is considered one of the two main strategies to help its implementation, along with the climate change strategy. So the vision of the strategy is a world free from hunger and malnutrition, where the potential of science and innovation is fully leveraged to overcome complex social, economic, and environmental challenges of agri-food systems. The goal is for members to harness science and innovation to realize context-specific and systemic solutions for more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. FAO's Science and Innovation Strategy considers a holistic approach covering a full range of scientific disciplines, so including the natural, social, economic, and applied sciences. On the next slide, the strategy facilitates solutions to agri-food systems challenges with particular attention to low and middle income countries, including, of course, through science and innovation. In undertaking this work, FAO will avoid duplication with other organizations by clearly focusing on science and innovation for agri-food systems and in alignment with its mandate and core functions. On the next slide, in recent years, there has been a notable surge in digital innovations within the agriculture and food sectors across Latin America and the Caribbean. This trend, which is fueled by global technological convergence and various local factors, represents a significant opportunity for transforming and modernizing agricultural practices in the region. Despite this momentum, the region lags in investment in digital innovations for agriculture, indicating untapped potential for further growth and expansion. Small-scale farms, which comprise a significant portion of agricultural production in the region, face unique barriers, such as limited access to technology, financial constraints, and lack of technical expertise. These challenges hinder the scalability and affordability of digital innovations, impeding their potential to drive transformative change in the agricultural sector. Next slide, please. So addressing these barriers requires targeted interventions that promote technology transfer, capacity building, and access to financing for smallholder farmers, enabling them to harness the benefits of digitalization and improve their productivity and resilience. Leveraging emerging technologies such as the Internet of Things and application programming interfaces can facilitate scalability by enabling seamless integration of digital solutions across multiple farm operations. On the next slide, gender disparities persist in the digital agricultural sector, with women underrepresented in leadership roles and entrepreneurship opportunities. To address this imbalance, initiatives that promote women's participation in digital innovation, providing training and mentorship programs, and fostering supportive ecosystems are essential. Moreover, digital agriculture solutions must be designed with the needs and realities of small-scale producers. By prioritizing inclusivity and diversity, the agricultural sector can harness the full potential of digital innovation to drive sustainable and equitable growth. On the next slide, further digital solutions should be customized to address the specific challenges and opportunities faced by family farmers. The customization should take into consideration factors such as farm size, crop diversity, and resource availability. By incorporating local knowledge, practices, and preferences into technology development processes, digital innovations can be better adapted to the realities of family farming, driving sustainable impact and empowering rural communities. On this last slide, it's collaborative initiatives that involve partnerships between technology providers, agricultural cooperatives, and government agencies that can really help streamline adoption processes and accelerate the uptake of digital innovations among family farmers. While digital innovation holds immense potential for driving transformative change in agriculture, there is a need to ensure that these innovations are inclusive and accessible to all farmers, including small-scale producers and vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Beth, for your words. Las palabras de Beth y el video que vamos a...
All right, so the video that we were supposed to see has been delayed, but we will be hearing from the Honorable President of Cuba. So please, the video.
Señor presidente, estimados delegados, Señor presidente, estimados delegados e invitados, en el informe del Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas de 2023, la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible estableció entre sus objetivos poner fin al hambre, lograr la seguridad alimentaria y mejorar la nutrición, así como promover la agricultura sostenible que dispone de alimentos suficientes para alimentar a todo su hábitat ambiental de los estados. Pero la realidad se ha quedado muy por detrás de los sueños. A solo 6 años del plazo fijado para alcanzar esas metas, la inseguridad alimentaria a nivel global ha alcanzado niveles extremos que se agudizan estructuralmente por la prevalencia de un orden económico internacional profundamente injusto y desigual. Excelencias, lo que he descrito muy sucintamente es el desafío al que nos enfrentamos todos, porque a todos nos golpearán los impactos de tal desequilibrio si no alojamos potencialidades y esfuerzos. La promoción de nuevas investigaciones, el desarrollo científico-técnico, la transferencia de tecnologías y el acceso a las ya existentes en las esferas de la alimentación y la nutrición tienen el potencial de contribuir a la erradicación del hambre y la pobreza en todas sus formas y dimensiones y al logro de un crecimiento económico sostenido, inclusivo y equitativo del bienestar humano y del desarrollo sostenible desde y para el sur. Así fue reconocido por los altos dignatarios del Grupo de los 77 más China en la cumbre celebrada en La Habana el pasado mes de septiembre bajo el tema Los retos actuales del desarrollo, papel de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación. En el empeño por alcanzar las metas globales y garantizar el desarrollo de la alimentación, la agricultura familiar deviene un sector clave en la región de América Latina y el Caribe. En nuestra región, los pequeños agricultores representan el 40% de las explotaciones agrícolas y tributan significativamente a la disponibilidad de alimentos. Pese al significativo aporte de la agricultura familiar al consumo interno, la diversificación de la actividad agrícola y la conservación de la biodiversidad en nuestros países, el 20% de este sector enfrenta inseguridad alimentaria. Revertir la situación de vulnerabilidad de los pequeños agricultores latinoamericanos y caribeños depende en gran medida de garantizar el acceso adecuado, preferencial y en términos favorables a los avances científico-técnicos y a la creación de capacidades. La ciencia y la innovación digital representan una alternativa novedosa para fortalecer la agricultura familiar, toda vez que contribuyen a incrementar la productividad mediante el uso de tecnologías orientadas al crecimiento óptimo de la producción agroalimentaria y ganadera. Aplicar la ciencia y la innovación a este sector clave contribuye además a la disminución del impacto ambiental y a la sostenibilidad. Ello constituye un paso hacia la resiliencia y adaptación al cambio climático. Excelencias, la 38ª Conferencia Regional de la FAO tiene lugar en momentos en que la humanidad ha alcanzado un potencial científico-técnico sin precedentes, con capacidad
to reducing the environmental impact and improving sustainability, to boost resilience and adaptation to climate change. Your Excellencies, the 38th Regional Conference of the FAO has come during a period of unprecedented scientific innovation with the capacity to build wealth and improve living conditions for dignified, sustainable life for all. We have seen how the North has spent years enriching itself on the backs of the countries of the South, and we need to ensure that we end centuries of colonial and neocolonial dependence, and the UN has stated that creating digital advancement and technology continues to be concentrated globally in just 10 economies, which are responsible for 90% of all of the world's patents. The desire to patent everything, including scientific innovation, turns this advancement into something that governments use to serve the needs of the richest. And we see how the world has gone back 30 years in reducing extreme poverty. And we have seen levels of inequality not seen since 1905. Your Excellencies, coercive, unilateral acts have had a devastating impact on human well-being, including the right to food. The financial economic embargo imposed by the U.S. against Cuba has seen unprecedented levels over the last several years of hunger. It has impacted the food sector. Just between March and February of the last year, it led to millions of dollars of damage. And these figures confirm that this poverty leads to desperation and hunger imposed on the Cuban people. The impacts of the embargo are multiplied by placing Cuba on the list of countries that supposedly support terrorism, which has been done unilaterally by the U.S. Department of State. Despite these major obstacles, our government has been working to promote food sovereignty and nutritional education as a national platform for full food security in line with the 2030 Agenda. That plan includes reducing dependence on food imports, ensuring quality and nutrition, and reducing loss and food waste. We would like to thank the FAO for its valuable contribution, as well as that of other UN agencies in implementing this plan. And I would like to conclude by citing the leader of the Cuban Revolution, Commander Fidel Castro Cruz. 28 years ago, he spoke at the summit on food, and the bells that toll today for those who die of hunger will ring around the world if for those who were unable to, unwilling, and could not do everything they could to end this scourge. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the video. Thank you to the President of Cuba, and I would like to explain how we will proceed now. The panelists will be with us virtually and in person, and we have the list of names. And those who are with us virtually, please confirm you are present by turning on your camera, and turn on your camera and microphone when you hear your name. Mr. Evelyn Polchin Green, the Minister of Agriculture Fisheries from Antigua and Barbuda. Fernando Vargas Perez, Vice Minister of Agriculture from Costa Rica. Santos Condoni, Minister of Development from Bolivia. Paulo Teixeira, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock and Family Farming in Brazil. Franklin Palacios, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock in Ecuador. Oscar Aguardado, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock in El Salvador. Representing the government of Belize, Belize High Commissioner to Guyana, Garnet. And Duarte, the Minister of Agriculture and Development in Colombia, and the Minister of Livestock and Agriculture from Guatemala.
Voy a explicar antes algunos temas metodológicos.
So I will explain some of our methodology before we get started. We will have a question for each panelist, and that question should be answered in a maximum of 5 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, I will let you know. I hope I don't interrupt you with that. I apologize in advance if that is an interruption to your statement. So let's get started by asking to the representative of Antigua and Barbuda.
To improve the productivity and sustainability of family farming in our region. Please, 5 minutes. Turn on the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. I thank you first for the invitation to be part of this panel on what is a very important subject, the whole question of digital interventions. To answer your question, I think I have to first give some context to Antigua and Barbuda, a small island in the Caribbean. And to start by explaining it for us, farming really represents smallholder activities. Our country is drought prone, and to that extent, both viability and production of farming is significantly affected. It should be noted that about 90% of the water used in farming in Antigua and Barbuda today comes from reverse osmosis supplies. That the country is highly vulnerable to storms and droughts. Climate change projections indicate that there will be somewhere in the region of 18% more hurricanes of intensity, high intensity, that is, hurricanes of categories 4 and 5. Likewise, projections show that there'll be worsening of drought severities by some 28%. And I made those points to present a backdrop as to the importance of innovation and technology in farming in Antigua and Barbuda. So the question therefore begs itself: how can digital farming or technologies help us to reduce risk, to enable recovery, to create efficiencies in production and marketing, while at the same time facilitating competitive advantages in certain and selected niche markets? We advocate the use of digital tools and technologies to manage risks, to strengthen preparedness and response, while at the same time facilitating timely recovery. Interventions such as drone imagery and satellite data, the ability to analyze risk and support decision-making are among the interventions we consider necessary in the modern farming. Digital strategies for more efficient and sustainable agriculture for us would include digital modeling strategies to support irrigation and pathogen risk management, agricultural sensors and soil scanners. In ours, which is a small area susceptible to drought and other climate conditions, we are very much high advocating for hydroponics and aquaponics. And in the area of livestock, for example, we are not only advocating, we want to also thank the FAO for its intervention in the area of animal ID and traceability systems. So those are among the interventions that we see that will help to improve farming in our country. Much of the interventions I spoke to, or the conditions, are not unique to Antigua and Barbuda, but can be looked at in the context of the wider Caribbean region. And in the same context, I want to place on record the appreciation to the FAO for support to date and to encourage further expansion of these systems, which are new in Caribbean context and which by extension are important if the sector is going to grow, and the whole question of not only survivability, but the profitability of the activities of farmers will be seen. We also look at the digital strategies between between smallholders. And so digitized production and marketing information, as well as the whole question of reducing loss and waste. If I may sum up my intervention here today, we'd agree that transformation requires investment. My country is penalized because of our GDP, and so we do not have access to concessional financing. But we do need precision farming and strengthening of resilience through effective disaster risk mitigation and control systems. And in that regard, I call on the FAO to facilitate and to ensure mobilization and to prioritize available and relevant expertise at the Caribbean sub-regional level. Not only do I call on the FAO to make these available, but also at the same time thank the FAO for work done so far, but realizing that in order for us to grow the sector, there has to be, as I said, further investments for transformation. Transformation does cost money. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for your response. Paso la palabra al ministro de Bolivia.
I'll hand over now to the Minister of Bolivia. Mr. Santos Condole, please, if you are connected, kindly confirm your presence.
Señor Ministro de Bolivia.
The Minister of Bolivia. Thank you. Good afternoon. The question is the following. How can digital innovation be harnessed to enhance the productivity and sustainability of family farming in our region and in particular in Bolivia? Please, you have 5 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the different countries attending this regional conference of Latin America and the Caribbean. I speak in the name of Minister Santos Condorina. To the question, family farming produces 80% of the food that arrives to our table, particularly from small-scale producers, and who guarantee food security of our cities. Yet they must overcome tremendous political and institutional difficulties. This challenge is accentuated by the lack of access to technology and innovation. This limits their capacity to improve productivity and to adapt to climate change, climate and environmental change. And of course, they are not familiar with the technological advances, and so this needs to be effectively implemented to adapt to the local needs. We need to promote collaboration among the different stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, the private sector, and the civil society, to guarantee an equitable access to technology and innovation in family farming. This must involve the involvement of specific policies and programs, including mobilization of resources, including financial and technical resources. Additionally, we need to promote greater investment in appropriate technologies for family farming, including agricultural information systems, risk management for sustainable agricultural practices. And this can significantly improve the resilience and the adaptation capacity of the small scale farmers faced with the challenges that we know, including greater participation of women and youth in technological innovations in agriculture. This is fundamental to ensure equitable results and to achieve these results through sustainable farming practices. The participation of the authorities and decision makers who need to make decisions with regard to family farming. We thank the FAO for its support in terms of its established frameworks for food security and nutrition, and the eradication of hunger in 2014 in particular, and in strategic plans. An integrated approach is needed alongside investments in technology, multi-sectoral and multi-actor investments to promote the use of appropriate technologies in family farming. We can advance with resilient agricultural systems that are inclusive and sustainable. So from Bolivia, we request the FAO's support, continued support, to ensure the sustainability of agriculture in our country. Also, climate change is impacting us across the planet, of course, but in particular, in Bolivia, we need assistance to face the extensive droughts. And this is what we're working on. Thank you, Mr. Minister. We take note of your requests for assistance and innovation in family farming. Let's go now to Costa Rica, to the Vice Minister, to whom we ask the same question. How can digital innovation be harnessed to enhance the productivity and sustainability of family farming in our region? Costa Rica, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And greetings to all the ministers from the Americas and the Caribbean region, to all the representatives of the member states of the FAO, to the government of Guyana for hosting and facilitating this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, family farming is not only the basis of food security, but it also one of the key pillars of our economy in Costa Rica and in Latin America. Family farming contributes, or family farming is a major custodian of food resources. Family farming is the basis of food security and agri-food systems, sustainable agri-food systems. 55% of agricultural cultivation in Costa Rica comes from family farming. 65% of those of employment is in family farming, and this represents more than half of the farms in our country, which is a great contributor to the economy and the social fabric of the society. Family farming from 2022 to 2031, the medium-term plan family farming contributes to this framework, and this plan strengthens the key objectives. One, first of all, end of hunger, end of poverty. And within this framework, agriculture, digital agriculture, is an extremely important tool for the sustainability, to promote sustainability within agri-food systems. This is very strong in Costa Rica. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock is involved in this. We are also working on the topic of climate change with forecasting to try to forecast trends and climate trends that would impact agriculture. We've also initiated the digitization of information with agricultural information systems. Costa Rica has an agreement. It covers a range of activities, and we are looking into traceability to make our production much more competitive. And the traceability of all of our activities from the farmer to the consumer with all of the necessary guarantees. And so we have also completed another program with the use of drones. And we have put in place a new regulation through which the activities of drones is now allowed within agriculture, that we're able to give licenses, special licenses for the use of drones for its applicability to agricultural practices. We want to have much more transparent processes for the consumers in particular, and so that there can be a participation from the production to the consumption with digital tools being facilitating this process. Most importantly is to be able to achieve the financial sustainability through agriculture, aquaculture in conditions that are required, so that we need to be able to invest in the farms. Likewise, we are examining currently legislation to support the agricultural production with guarantees to be able to continue to support our food producers, to the women, the youth, and with all of the tools that are necessary to support them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you, sir. Now we will hand over to Brazil, and we'd like to ask the Minister of Brazil, Paulo Teixeira, if you can share with us a few of the digital specific success stories or case studies driven by your Minister of Agriculture. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, dear Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to echo President Diaz-Canel of Cuba, the ministers, heads of delegations, the regional director of the FAO, my friend Mario Lubetkin, and everyone who is here from the FAO team. Dear ministers, I am delighted to take part in this ministerial panel on science and innovation in family farming at the 38th Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. The vast majority of the men and women who live in rural areas of our region's country are family farmers. family farming in Brazil and many other countries of the region includes small and medium-scale farmers, indigenous communities, as well as traditional and Afro-descendant rural communities, artisanal fisher folk, and those who work on agricultural reform. The majority of the food that we consume and the environmental services aimed at carbon sequester to preserve biodiversity come from family farming. However, poverty, hunger, and vulnerability to extreme climate events has a disproportionate impact on rural and forest populations. That is why we need to support them with specific public policies, which necessarily involves access to science, technology, innovation, and the many benefits that digitalization can provide in terms of improving efficiency. Here, I will address the 3 public policies implemented by the Ministry of Agricultural and Family Farming Development in Brazil. First, the Digital ATER program. We have been promoting the mainstreaming of tools and digital technologies for our technical assistance and rural extension services known as ATER. And the ATER program aims to ensure gains in efficiency by using ICT for family farmers. And the program aims to modernize for those who work the land, as well as ensuring that family farmers and small-scale farmers have access to this technology. And these activities contribute to improving administrative, legal, accounting, and trade management for cooperatives and agro-industry. Secondly, ensuring services for those who use digital apps, data banks, and web platforms with offline access. And 3, to replace structures, equipment, and manual systems for registration from ATER with systems that allow you to charge and consult information in real time for technicians and family farmers. Then we have innovations in machines and equipment for family farming. And this is at the heart of what we do with the rural communities, and we're working with the Ministry of Communication on this. We have a strategic commitment to mainstream access to machines and equipment that are adapted to family farming and farming at the small and medium scale. And the Brazilian government, in cooperation with representatives from the industrial sector in Brazil, has been working to facilitate access to technology to improve productivity, reduce the workload, and accelerate the agroecological transition. Technological advancement in the recent decades have increasingly made it possible for machines and agricultural equipment and agro-industrial equipment to be easy to handle, which optimizes the automation for many different tasks carried out by farmers. We have also been developing production and access to specific machinery for very diverse biomes with agroforest systems or semi-arid regions, as well as machinery adapted to the needs of young people and women. And this cooperation with the industrial sector is tightly linked to the PRONAF More Food program, which provides a line of credit for obtaining machinery for family farmers. Finally, improving and innovating the use of registration for family farming. And the third policy for digitalization plays an important role with the family farming registry known as the CAF. Mr. Minister, the time is up. Please wind up as soon as possible. I just have 3 more paragraphs. So the CAF is a registry that allows the Ministry of Agriculture to carry out various public policies to a specific public in partnership with various bodies from various parts of the federal government, and that includes other registrations, and that integration will facilitate strategic information for various partner entities that drive other policies to assist with auditing processes and external controls for the appropriate bodies while reducing the paperwork and red tape required for family farmers to access these policies. And so these are just a few examples and what we have been doing. We're delighted to host the upcoming Latin America Regional Conference of the FAO in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's go next to Ecuador. Are there specific success stories or case studies driven by your Minister of Agriculture that you have implemented to improve the lives of family farmers? Over to you. Good afternoon to everyone. I think that the reality is quite similar across our countries. Evidently, the situation that we have in our country with regard to information, lack of transparency, lack of technology, all of these are similar challenges. Yet still we have been able to bring all of the actors together throughout the production chain, certain productions within producers and within the ministry around projects to improve existing production. But there is something that's missing. We have an information system, agri-fishing system, information system, in which we have all access to all of the necessary information on products. We've been able to compile information on all of the producers, the market, universities, all of the stakeholders within the system. And we have been quite successful in this regard. Firstly, we have been able to facilitate these knowledge exchanges. Secondly, we've been able to identify better or productivity improvements in the system. And with regard to intermediaries throughout the value chain, so such a program is an example of a success story that we've had. We have a similar program in family farming, rural family farming. It's particularly on women who are participating in family farming. And it is important that you know that 67% of our agricultural produce comes from family farming. 52% of those involved in farming are women. And so it's very important to connect these farming women to the market systems. Thanks to digital technology, where women can promote their produce on these digital platforms. Another success story we've had, which is important to us, is the transfer of knowledge. We have been able to use technology and various technological tools to be able to share information and knowledge. Thanks to different digital platforms, we've been able to invest as well in these systems to make the production much more competitive. So another important point that I would like to highlight is the irrigation technology. We have created transversal irrigation systems particularly in the areas that are least served. And so we've been able to identify the areas that have the greatest need for irrigation systems. And within each region, we have been able to identify the potential, production potential within these vulnerable regions. And so we are using this tool, this technological tool, to increase productivity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you, Mr. Minister. And we move now to El Salvador with the same question. What are some of the specific success stories or case studies that you can share with us? El Salvador. Good afternoon to each and everyone in this conference. It's very interesting to know that such a vulnerable sector is so essential and that we need to transform the institutions. The idea that institutions have been improving over the years in accompanying and supporting sustainable agricultural production from the very smallest producers to the largest. We need to be able to do this in more efficient ways. And so I would like to say that in El Salvador, much of the country has really come out of a grave violence crisis, as you may be aware. And so we have had to approach agriculture from an integrated perspective in terms of transforming the agricultural sector while looking at other vulnerable sectors to achieve sustainable agriculture and sustainable development. We know that there should be profound transformation in our country to be able to protect ourselves with a primary priority as a priority of the state. And so with all of the strategic partners, including the FAO and other partners, sustainable agri-food systems have been positively impacted by transfer of knowledge and technological innovations. And along with other countries in the region, we have been able to make an impact on the fishing sector. We are in an historic moment in time. And in El Salvador, we are attending to the most vulnerable sector and to the most vulnerable communities in our country. At the same time, we are looking closely at economic initiatives to be able to integrate social activities, greater cooperation, and other effects or the results that we've seen are solidarity and complementary cooperation. At the same time, we are integrating agri-food systems, which are undergirded by integrated family farming systems. And these integrated systems of community farming are tremendous motors of production. We are connecting these producers to the markets, and we have regions that are very isolated, and we're connecting them to other regions thanks to technology. So we are looking at the production factors, the distribution factors, and throughout this value chain, we are looking very closely at the community. This is how we go about implementing these programs, including women in agriculture, women in the productive capacity. And I would like to highlight in particular policies that have been implemented to make agriculture much more attractive to the youth. Because as you know, in the region, we have an aging population in the agricultural sector. And over the last year, in the same wavelength, we are looking at substantial agricultural development. One more minute, Minister. And so we have made the commitment. It is not possible to get around this. The changes have to be made at the cultural level as well. Thank you very much. And we will go on to the third section of questions to the representative of the government of Belize.
Of digital innovation between private sector and family farming.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. What we hear is what's happening in Latin America and the Caribbean is almost the same. And so we have the issues and challenges that we share. However, I will start with some words from my friend, the minister from Belize, because he sent them to me and he asked them to share them with all of you.
And I will read the words that my Minister of Agriculture for Belize sent and he asked me to share here. So Belize undertook a diversification to diversify the agriculture sector since the 1980s, 1990s. And the agriculture and food sector is the main pillar of, well, one of the main pillars of the Belizean economy. This sector is approximately it contributes approximately $600 million annually to Belize's output, representing 80% of Belize's domestic exports and directly employing 18% of the Belizean population. In dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic and ongoing wars, my government has had to take drastic measures to transform the agri-food system of Belize, as Belize continues to be faced with the challenges of global inflationary pressures and supply chain. Belize's Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise is guided by Plan Belize. This plan is the ministry's new policy, and it's a policy that came into being when we had a change of political administration in Belize in 2020. So this ministry's new policy is focused on reprioritizing the agriculture sector, which is essential for Belize's food security, foreign exchange, employment, and rural development. The FAO, in collaboration with the ministry, has been working on developing a seed policy, agriculture policy strategy, and digital villages to ensure greater linkages to bridge the gap between the digital village, bridge a gap between the tourism market and the digital extension program. Now, the digital extension program is what we have also benefited from a partnership with the FAO. So this is all being done while enhancing the dynamism and the efficiency of our human resources in Belize. The policies and the new initiatives will further assist Belize with innovative ideas. And these initiatives initiatives to assist our producers to increase production and for local products while ensuring healthy eating. The FAO and the Japan government continue to support value chain addition of locally produced commodities in Belize. The government of Belize also supports the exportation of excess food from Belize, such as live cattle and poultry, to our neighboring countries. This provides food security for our neighbors and foreign exchange for our country. Trade ties with Mexico and Guatemala have been strengthened to facilitate trade of agriculture goods, as well as co-investment programs with Mexico and CARICOM to increase the production of basic foods and grains such as corn and soybeans. New export markets are also being aggressively pursued by Belize for non-traditional commodities, such as the emergent Salvadorian market for onions and oranges. Our ministry continues to work with farmers and family farmers and agricultural cooperatives to improve their conditions by introducing contract farming terms. Meanwhile, we also look at new opportunities which are being constantly explored in the research, production, and manufacturing and value addition of potatoes, soybeans, pineapples, plantains, coconuts, pitaya, soursop, and ensuring sustainable livelihood for our local farmers and entrepreneurs. On behalf of Belize, I thank the FAO for consistently supporting the effort of Belize's agricultural ministry in maintaining food security, the inclusion of women, youth, and supporting those who are most vulnerable. And Belize also supports the continuation of the Mesoamerica Sin Hambre to support healthy diets, nutritional education, food guides, school meal programs, family farming, and school gardening concept that has taken root in most of the rural areas of Belize. We also thank Dr. Crispin Moreira, former FAO representative, who supported Belize's requests and our numerous requests and for new initiatives. We also welcome Mr. Alexis Bonte. As we look forward to concluding the new technical cooperation project. Now, in terms of answering specifically the question regarding the incentives, it is where we have always looked to agriculture as a business. And so we make the linkages so that we can provide an opportunity for our farmers to make money. But at the same time, the incentives, it is where we provide training and we provide assistance to have an enabling environment so agriculture is promoted as a business.
Thank you so much. Y de esta manera paso a...
And now we will ask the minister from Guatemala about the incentives and mechanisms that are encouraged in Guatemala to exchange knowledge and learning with the family farming and private sectors. Minister from Guatemala, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the president of the regional conference of the FAO, dear ministers, participants. It is a great honor for me to participate in this regional conference of the FAO, and particularly on behalf of the government of President Arevalo, who has been focusing on family farming, and our government plan is for a country to live for 2024-2028 while focusing on the most vulnerable populations. And from the Ministry of Agriculture, we are promoting various incentives. They are innovative and they will allow us to improve production and productivity in family farming. And we are working on the production infrastructure, ensuring access to mechanisms for financing. We are identifying new national systems to ensure access to healthy food. And in Guatemala, we have 1.3 million homes dedicated to agriculture or fishing, and that is 6.3 million individuals who are part of this sector. They live in rural areas, often working in small-scale farming with farms less than 1 hectare in size, and they represent 1/3 of our cropland in Guatemala, and they produce between 60% and 70% of the food that reach our tables. Agriculture is the main production activity in Guatemala's rural area, and it's vital for us to ensure that we are able to produce food for high levels of consumption at the regional, national, and also for export. They are products linked to family farming include beans, corn, as well as yuca, potatoes, fruit, eggs, milk, and others. And so we have incentives linking family farming and the private sector. We believe that strategic partnerships are key to promoting our agriculture and food systems. And in this sense, we believe that the ties between the private sector and family farming can promote access to distribution channels and markets to facilitate access for family farmers to markets, establishing fair agreements to guarantee access to the supply chain. An inclusive supply chain is a priority for us. We have been thus promoting deliverables that allow us to ensure sustainable practices and collaboration between family farm businesses and those with special labeled products. We have been working where family farmers and companies can exchange knowledge, experiences, and best practices. Recently, just last week, we held a trade fair where large, medium, and small-scale producers, as well as purchasers, exchanged experiences, knowledge, and above all, business. And so working to develop and promote research and agriculture, as well as agricultural practices for companies and family farms to incentivize innovation as best practices. These agricultural fairs are a vital tool for that rapprochement between companies and family farms. We build thus a space for innovation where family farmers and companies can work together to seek out digital solutions that are adapted to the local needs and contexts. 1 minute, please. And so the president of Guatemala has been working to incentivize a registry of farmers with support of the FAO, and we have an IT system and an online app that allows us to exchange relevant information on the main features of the production system while promoting decision-making based on evidence. Through these registries, we will be able to better localize our public policies so that family farms have better policies to serve them, and we will be able to ensure diversity in our agricultural production at the national level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Minister. And now we will move to our final presenter. We will be talking about the mechanisms and incentives encouraged to exchange knowledge and learning between the private sector and family farming in Colombia. 5 minutes, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. President, Secretary, thank you very much. I would like to state that we have a robust portfolio of incentives for access to knowledge, but at the outset, I would prefer to tell you about the transformations underway in Colombia. And just like those who spoke before me and have all maintained, what we need is more deep information, which countries must have, not only to come up with models that have been successful in specific populations, but really profound overhauls in the way countries run their agricultural systems. And so Colombia has carried out real activities to achieve a real impact in reducing inequality, hunger, and vulnerability to climate change. And we have a huge task ahead of us. The government is currently addressing this task with the rural population, because when we talk about innovation and technology, we need to ensure that they have the conditions necessary in those territories, because they are often far-flung areas that are not easy to access. So we are working with implementing a national reform system that is 1.0 in the final part of the peace accords in Colombia. We now have a different context throughout the national territory, and we need to address this issue. National rural development isn't only under the issue of the Ministry of Agriculture, but this is also a state policy where all ministries need to come together in seeking out solutions to challenges in order to come up with an active solution. I'd like to remind you that Colombia has a rather extensive and diverse geographical situation, and that means that it is often very difficult to have the government present throughout all of our territory. That also creates such diversity. We have rural and indigenous Afro-descendant communities, which all have a lot of complexity. So we can't simply come up with a cookie cutter program for the entire country. This national agricultural reform system addresses these different topics and realities, such as the redistribution of science and technology financing, water regulations, and this ensures that each ministry leads in concert with the others. But we also have a debt to the populations, and that is why we are supporting them in order to ensure that the communities can organize themselves. And that is why we are working to decentralize our policies and ensure that these populations can be fundamental stakeholders in building these tools themselves from the municipalities and departments. We are working with agricultural reform committees. We're holding rural people's assemblies to ensure that they have a voice, a vote, and they are building actively with the government as we create these public policies to truly create a wide-ranging, deep-rooted change. We have this reform system, which is System 5, focused on technological innovation, where the Ministry of Science leads in concert with other ministries and entities from the agricultural and fishing sectors. We have great experiences working with the private sector, and they have a robust experience that they are always willing to share. We've had valuable partnerships, PPPs, and that includes those that focus on women. We're working arduously on a responsibility policy, which a lot of us don't have information necessary for appropriate decision making in different production systems in our agriculture and fishing sector, and we must address this. We also are working on a reindustrialization policy in the case of the agricultural and fishing sector. This goes hand in hand with the matter of technology in order to stop producing the way we always have and instead ensure we produce with added value. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you to all of our panelists who were with us, both in person and online, for sharing lessons learned, experiences, and the very great wealth of experiences that had. Once again, an applause for all of our panelists. The conference would like to thank Ana Posas, the facilitator, as well as all of the panelists for the high-level presentations. We ask that you please take your seats for the plenary. We have concluded today's agenda, but before we end, I'd like to give the floor back to the Secretariat for some announcements. Dr. Crowley. First of all, on Wednesday night, the government is organizing a reception for all of the participants in the conference, and that will be held at 7 p.m. at the seawall and stand, which is walkable from the Pegasus Hotel. And those who are at the Princess Hotel can take a bus at 6:15 in order to arrive. The dress code is business casual. And so now we will have some buses to go back to the hotel.
Thank you, Dr. Crowley. Well, that ends our business today. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 Georgetown time. I kindly ask virtual participants to connect from 8 a.m. I declare this session adjourned. Thank you all.